Jura began to comprehend the physician's meaning. So, when the Nirvana detects that they are being scanned, then they'll also catch the message with it. Yes, that's about the long and short of it. HMMM. That could work. Wow. You are really smart, Mr. Doctor, Dinah remarked while clapping her hands. Slade nodded. Good thinking, Doc. He turned to Jura. Think you can do it? I'll give it a try. I haven't had much experience with this sort of thing, but I think I can tag on a short message per cycle. Good. Slade then addressed Dinah. While she's working on that, we need to find the generator that's supplying power to that barrier. Even if we do manage to contact the Nirvana, we're still going to need to take out that shield in order to escape. Saber said that it was hidden somewhere on this planet. I'm willing to bet that it's somewhere near where we encountered him. You got it. The redhead acknowledged as she began scanning the area around them. How are we going to escape? Poirot inquired. We can't all fit in Pega's cockpit. Are we going to evacuate until the Nirvana sends some more Vandreads or the landing craft down to retrieve us? If we could get the barrier down now, then I would just wait for the captain and the others to come get us. Slade admitted. However, there's still Saber to consider, and I have a feeling that he'll show up again and soon, probably with another nasty surprise for us. He went through a lot of trouble to lure me here and prevent me from transforming. He's not the type who'd give up so easily, and it wouldn't be unlike him to have a contingency plan if he failed to get what he wanted. We may have to leave this planet as soon as we are able, regardless of whether or not the Nirvana will be able to find us. Luckily, we came across something else in this bunker that may just get us off this rock. What is it? A feminine voice asked. Both men glanced over their shoulder and saw a clean and clothed Barnett entering the room. Poirot blushed a bit at the sight of her, before composing himself. Follow me. Slade gestured as he exited, leaving the Dinah and Jura to their work. In another chamber. Are these what I think they are? Barnett asked as she and Poirot gazed upon four cylindrical-shaped capsules that were mounted on a technological ramps. Each ramp was aimed upward toward a set of exit doors in the ceiling. Every craft was equipped with a set of powerful thruster units mounted on the sides and back. Inside was a seat for one with navigational instruments and controls. Slade nodded. According to the data files, these are planetary escape pods which can send a person past the orbit of this world in less than 2 minutes. It wasn't exactly a smooth ride, but they weren't meant for deep space travel. They were meant for one-time use, and afterwards, the survivors would have been picked up by cruisers that were in orbit. Apparently, they were intended to be used to flee this world when the harvesters invaded. They're all in good working order and their fuel tanks are full. Unfortunately for the people who had been stationed here, they never got a chance to use these pods to escape the harvest. But what good will these pods be to us? Poirot inquired. We'll hit Saber's barrier before we get into orbit. That's why I'm having data trying to locate the barrier's power supply and Jura contact the Nirvana. I have a plan, though it's a big gamble. If Jura is able to contact the Nirvana, then she can instruct them to be waiting for the pods when you all launch. By that time, Dida will have located the barrier's power source. I know that Saber will return and he certainly won't let us just escape this planet. You'd all be sitting ducks in these pods once we find and destroy the barrier's generator. Hopefully, with the barrier down, I'll be able to transform and keep him busy long enough for all of you to get away. But, what about you? Guero asked with concern. Barnett also became tense. Don't worry about me. I'll ask Pegasus to back me up. This is the only thing I could think of and I hope it works. At that moment, the three heard an excited squeal of joy from down the hall. Jura had just made contact with the Nirvana. The bridge of the Nirvana. What? You've just received a message from the landing party? Magno asked as she spoke to Perfect on the main monitor. Yes, Captain. The bespectacled girl replied happily. We received a faint sensor pulse from the planet and there was a brief, encoded message tagged onto it. It read as follows: 5 alive, Jura. Respond 5 degrees port. Respond 5 degrees port. Kuzum repeated in puzzlement. What did she mean by that? I think she means for the Nirvana to move to port 5 degrees from our position. Perfect suggested. Since we can't transmit a reply back to them, they want us to move 5 degrees to signal that we received their message. They're somehow able to scan our position. Alright then. Bart, 5 degrees to port. Magna barked. Roger. The bald man replied in his navigation well. On the planet's surface, Jura nodded as she tracked the Nirvana. She then began sending a series of pulses, each with a brief message, explaining Slade's plan. On the other side of the console, Dinah gasped as she picked up an object that was coming down toward the planet's surface at an alarming rate. When she realized what, or rather who it was, she felt a cold shiver run down her spine. Using the bunker's intercom system, she contacted Slade. Slade felt his hopes plummeting as he was informed of the dire news. What? Saber's coming here? Have you found the generator yet? No. I need more time. Dinah replied. Keep looking for that generator. I'll try to stall him. Isn't there anything we can do to help? Guero asked. Slade shook his head. I'm sorry, but none of you would last a second against Saber. What I want you all to do is launch as soon as that barrier is down. But Dinah hasn't found the generator yet. Barnett said. She will. I know she will. With those words, Slade raced off to get Pegasus. High above in the skies, Saber streaked down toward the planet's sandy surface, eager to finish his business with Slade and end their conflict, once and for all. Ever since his creation, the red Tekkaman felt as if he was nothing more than a carbon copy of his greatest adversary. The leaders averted Slade, but they still talked about his power, his battle prowess and that he was the most powerful weapon. As for Saber, he was considered no more than a lackey, a joke, a dismal failure from the start to be used and then thrown away. Well, he'd show them and everyone else. Once he had gotten the secret of achieving the penultimate state, then he would have the last laugh. He would show that he was the best of the best and woe to anyone who stood in his way. Slade gritted his teeth as he rode inside Pegasus to meet the enemy. Though the Tekkapod was formidable against the harvesters, it was only marginally better than the other vanguards as compared to a true Tekkaman. If only there was some way that he could transform, but that damned dampening field was preventing him from doing so. Slade frowned as he picked up Saber on his sensors. Steeling himself for the battle, he armed all of Pega's weaponry, took aim and fired. Saber chuckled as he saw his foe fire at him. Well now, what do we have here? Why, it's a little tin Tekkaman. He simply dodged each of his shots as he decided to toy with his foe for a while, making zigzag patterns that would have torn a dread to pieces. He outmaneuvered the Tekkapod with relative ease, appearing behind it in less than a second. With one mighty punch of his armored fist, he caused the machine to go plummeting downward. His thrusters propelled him down after it. Inside the cockpit, Slade fought to maintain control. He knew that Saber could have destroyed him instantly and was only allowing him to live because of the secret Slade possessed. However, the former Shogun refused to go down without a fight. Activating his Tekkapod's braking thrusters to slow his descent, he then inverted the mecha to face toward Saber and let loose with another barrage of laser fire. He then regained control of his fall and redirected the machine to take evasive actions. Above him, Saber chuckled. You are only delaying the inevitable, Slade. I'm going to open up that Vanguard like a can of beans. Here's my can opener. The red cosmic warrior came flying at him with lance held out at the ready. The blade weapon would have cut the Tekkapod in half if Slade hadn't acted quickly and reversed his robotic friend's direction. The point of Saber's lance skidded across the left side of the Tekkapod, but the machine managed to hold together and jet away to get more fighting room. Saber pursued after it. What's the matter, Slade? Don't you like my company? Inside Pegasus, Slade growled as he was forced to retreat. Saber's taunts were starting to get to him, and he wanted dearly to shut his mouth. However, without his Tekkaman powers, he couldn't do much but stall for time. If only there was some way for him to transform. However, that damned dampening field interfered with his body's energy and Saber's armor was shielding him from its effects. Shielding? Wait a minute. That could work. Slade began to fire everything he had at Saber, in order to distract him long enough to instigate his most desperate gamble. Saber didn't even bother to evade the barrage and let the shots bounce off his armor. He figured that this was Slade's last-ditch, but ultimately futile effort to destroy him. He became enveloped in a gigantic ball of explosions and light as Pegasus expended all of its ammunition and ordnance. However, Saber appeared and hovered in the air, with not a single scratch on him. The Tekkabot's guns went silent as Saber let off a cruel laugh. "Are you quite done, Slade?" "I certainly hope so, because I had grown very bored of this." He thrust out his lance in front of him. "Now why don't you just give me what I want to know, and I might just spare you and those weaklings that are hiding below in that bunker?" Slade didn't even bother to wonder how Saber knew that Guero and the others were in the bunker. This was the moment of truth as he made his crystal appear and activated certain systems in Pegasus. "Nothing to say?" Saber taunted as he prepared to charge. "Well then, I think it's time we finished this." "My sentiments exactly," Slade gritted. "Tekkadread." Saber had just begun moving forward when the Tekkabot suddenly flared with light and energy. This caused the red Tekkaman to back off as the machine trembled. It appeared as if it was going to shake itself apart as the power within struggled to escape. Then, after a few seconds, the top hatch flipped out and out-rocketed. "What the hell? You can't." "Oh, if." Tekkaman Slade slammed his fist into his foe's face, and then brought out his lance. Saber jetted backward from the blow and hovered some 50 feet from his opponent, who was fully transformed. "Impossible. It can't be. You're a Tekkaman again, but how? You can't transform with the dampening field still active on this planet." "You're almost right," Slade shot back. "I can't transform on this world with that dampening field. So I figured that I needed to be shielded from it. Therefore, I transformed inside of Pegasus. Thanks to its insulation against disruptive energies, I wasn't hampered by your barrier. Now it's an even fight." Saber let off a roar of rage as he charged at his foe with murder in his eyes. Back at the bunker. "Come on, Dinah. You've got to find that generator," Jura said as she continued to send messages to the Nirvana. High above them, the pirate vessel was moving in position to retrieve their crew members. "I've almost got it," Dinah replied as she began zeroing in on the barrier's power source. In the other chamber, Guero and Barnett were readying the escape capsules. "This is going to the last time we're going to play this game," Slade shouted as he parried Saber's thrust, then countered with his own. "I agree," Saber retorted as he retaliated with several fast slashes. He then made an adjustment to his weapon, causing an extra set of blades to appear perpendicular to the haft. He threw it at his adversary like a deadly discus. Slade managed to deflect the weapon as he knew that he couldn't risk any breach to his armor. That would expose him to the disruptive energies of the barrier. He then made a tight turn in midair and slashed at Saber's midsection. The point of his lance just barely grazed the enemy Tekkaman's armor, but the damage had been done. Saber winced as the barrier's energies began to seep into his insides. However, he ignored the pain and countered with a thrust to Slade's chest. The white Tekkaman swerved to avoid it, but the point of his lance nicked his right shoulder, also exposing him to the disruptive power of the shield. Both Tekkaman darted back and forth like maddened hornets, trying to deliver a crippling blow to his adversary. Knowing that he was running out of time, Slade made another desperate gamble. He let himself become wide open as he came about toward Saber again. His red counterpart took the bait and charged in toward his chest. At the last moment, Slade twisted about and Saber's lance pierced into his left shoulder, below the epaulette, making a considerable hole in the armor. This was quite painful, but Slade knew that he had his foe right where he wanted him. Slade broke his lance in two and used one half to drive it into Slade's helmet. The red Tekkaman screamed in absolute pain as he was sent crashing down toward the ground. Not wanting to take any chances, Slade bit back the agony he was feeling, opened his Voltiker units and fired. Goldkk. The beam caught Saber before he was able to power up his anti-Voltiker. He was slammed hard into the ground and a huge explosion tore up the surface of the desert. A few moments later, the blast died down, leaving a very deep crater in the sands. Slade quickly removed Saber's lance from his shoulder and jetted down to the center of the depression. Fighting off the effects of the dampening field, he then looked down at his beaten foe. Saber was in more agony as his ruined armor was no longer any protection against the disruptive energies. He had no choice but to transform back into his human form. The injuries he had sustained carried over in the transformation, and it was apparent that Saber would not last long. "You beat me," Saber grumbled as he lay dying in the center of the crater. "But I will not die alone." He then reached behind his back and pulled out a small device that looked like a pocket pager. "If I can't have the secret, then no one will." He pressed the button while giving Slade a sneer. "What's that?" Slade demanded as he held out his weapon. "A little insurance," Saber said, while still sneering. "Did you know that the inhabitants of this planet had developed a doomsday device to use against the harvesters? They never got to use it, but I found out about it when I came to this world. In the center of this planet is a device they referred to as the Annihilation Project. I've just activated it. In 10 minutes, everything on this world will return to nothingness as the weapon detonates a series of antimatter bombs that can destroy everything, including Tekkaman armor." "What?" Slade began to have flashbacks of a similar situation early on in the Nirvana's journey to "You've got 9 minutes and 30 seconds to live, and with that barrier still active, you can't escape. Fa 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 fa. Damn you." Slade signaled for Pegasus to pick him up as the countdown continued. Getting inside the cockpit, he immediately transformed back into his human form to keep the barrier's dampening field from injuring him further. Though his body ached from the wounds he received, he ignored the pain and contacted Dida on the enhanced communicator. "What? This planet is going to explode," Dida cried out as she heard the news. Inside Pegasus, Slade nodded. "We've got 9 minutes before this entire world becomes space dust. We've got to get out of here now. Tell me you've found where the generator is." Dida began transmitting the coordinates of the hidden power source. Slade growled as he realized that it was quite a distance off. Pegasus had sustained some damage during its battle with Saber and was reduced in speed. Mentally calculating the time it would take to reach the generator, he began giving his final instructions. Give me about 5 minutes to destroy the generator, then get into those escape pods. But we can't leave without you, Mr. Alien. Do as I say. Slade said as he cut communications and told Pegasus to head for the generator coordinates. The Nirvana. What? The planet's going to self-detonate. Kuzum exclaimed. Amuro nodded as she read Jura's message. Planet destruction in 8 minutes 30s. Pick up coordinates 010012. Magno nodded as she told Bart to head for that point in orbit. 8 minutes to detonation. Inside the bunker, Guero and Barnett began programming the escape pods with the coordinates. Due to limited power supplies, each pod would have to be launched one at a time. Once they were in orbit, they would begin transmitting a homing beacon for the Nirvana to pick up. The ground beneath them began to tremble and quake as the planet began to die. 7 minutes and 10 seconds to detonation. Slade nodded as Pegasus was approaching the coordinates that Dinah had given to him. His sensors had begun to pick up a high amount of energy being transmitted towards the sky. Landing his Vandread near a stone arch formation. Ironically, it was the same one that Guero and Barnett had camped beside the night before. He began directing his scanners for the generator's exact location. 1 minute and 20 seconds later, he found it to be buried some 40 meters below ground. There was just one problem though. He had expended all of his Tekkabot's ammunition and ordnance fighting Saber. How was he going to destroy the generator? Seeing that he had no choice and that it was going to be very painful and exhaust his remaining strength, he made his crystal reappear. Tekkadread. 5 minutes and 20 seconds left. Dinah, get into the pod. Guero commanded as he pulled her toward the first of the escape capsules. No, I won't leave without Mr. Alien. Dinah shook her head as she tried to pull away from him. Then suddenly, her body went limp and sagged in the doctor's arms. I'm sorry, Dinah. Guero apologized as he placed the unconscious girl into the pod and closed the hatch. What happened? Jura asked. The doctor gave the blonde a bit of a sheepish look as he showed her a small hypodermic needle. Sedative. She'll come around in a few minutes after she takes off. He then ran to the console and started the launching sequence. A minute later, the launch doors opened up and the ramp moved into position. Though it strained him to do so, Slade transformed again and emerged from Pegasus. Taking careful aim, he powered up and fired. GOLDKK. The green-white blast of quantum and ki punched through the sands and obliterated the generator in one massive eruption. In orbit. Captain, the barrier is down, Ezra announced happily. To everyone's amazement, the projectors which had kept them away from planet suddenly deactivated and became dormant. The barrier disappeared, thereby giving the pirates full access to the planet. At that moment, the sensors picked up a launch signature below them. Magno immediately contacted the warrior squadron to prepare to pick up the escape pods. 4 minutes, 30 seconds. After receiving a message from Slade that the generator had been destroyed, Poirot punched in the launch code. Ida's escape capsule was sent hurtling into the sky like a silver bullet fired from a gun. Back at the bunker, Poirot pointed to the second capsule as he prepared to launch it after Ida's. Jura nodded as she jumped into it and strapped herself in. As the hatch closed and sealed itself, the doctor sent it off. The golden-haired pilot was pushed back into her seat as the capsule was propelled skyward. After sending out the second of the 4 modules, he then told Barnett to board hers. He assured her that his pod will automatically launch 10 seconds after hers did. The brunette nodded and began heading toward her means of leaving this world. Suddenly, the entire bunker shook as the planet went into another one of its death throes. A large steel support beam was torn free from its foundations and began falling toward the dread pilot. "Look out!" Poirot managed to get to her and pulled her back. The huge girder came down in front of her, crushing the escape pod. Barnett winced as a heavy fragment of ceiling came down and struck her left shoulder, causing it to dislocate. Poirot and the girl fell backward and ended up sprawled on the floor. Quickly checking her arm, the doctor saw that it had no time to be delicate. Using a pressure point technique that he had learned from Slade, he deadened the nerves in her upper arm and set the limb back into place. Barnett winced at the slight discomfort, but was grateful that it wasn't as painful as she thought it would be. However, she saw that her means of escape had been destroyed. Her face took on a shocked expression as she felt something sharp pierce into her right arm. Her body immediately became limp and it felt as if she had been paralyzed by a sandworm again. She looked up questioningly at Poirot, who smiled down at her as he showed her a syringe. "Don't worry. It's just a temporary muscle relaxant. You'll be able to move again in a few minutes." He then picked her up and carried her to the last escape pod. What are you doing?" Barnett became horrified as she was being placed into the pod and strapped down. "No, you can't." Poirot leaned down and gave her a gentle kiss on her forehead. "This is the last escape pod and I told you before, my patient's safety comes before mine. I believe in my doctor's oath. Godspeed, Barnett Orangelo." He then closed the hatch and ran back to the launch controls. "No! No! 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 T.U.L. You can't." However, her protests were drowned out by the roar of the escape pod's thrusters. Tears streamed down her face as she was sent upward after her comrades. As he watched the pod become a distant dot into the sky, the Tarak man let off a sad sigh. "I'm sorry, Captain. I'm afraid that I can't keep my promise to return to the Nirvana." 3 minutes and counting. Slade nodded as he saw another of the escape pods take to the sky. The Tekkaman was riding his robotic partner's back as he headed towards the bunker. He had to make certain that everyone had escaped before fleeing the planet himself. However, as time ticked away, he wondered why the fourth pod hadn't launched yet. As the deadline neared the 2-minute mark, he told Pegasus to scan for life signs in the bunker. He was alarmed to hear that one person was still there. The Nirvana. Jusenkyo and Yukio had reported that they had retrieved 2 more of the escape pods. Ezra announced, "That only makes 3. PC said with concern. Jura's message said that there were 4. Where's the last one? And Pegasus? Amaron announced that there was only 1 minute left. Guero decided that since his time was almost up, he would say his final prayers and, "Doc, what are you doing here?" The doctor looked up and saw the Tekkaman come through the launch doors, with Pagas behind him. "Slade, I thought you were. Never mind that now. This planet is going to blow in 30 seconds. Get into PGAs now." The Tekkapod opened up its cockpit as it landed in front of the healer. A few seconds later, both Tekkaman and Tekkapod were streaking off into the sky. However, as the planet began going into its final phase of destruction, both knew that it was going to be close. As the timer reached 0, the main antimatter charges were set off and the desert world became a spherical mass of chaos and explosions. On the Nirvana's observation deck, Barren cried out as she watched the world die. She was currently leaning against Jura and Mia as the paralysis to her muscles had not yet worn off. Many of the crew was also present on the observation deck. The planet was then enveloped in a tremendous burst of light and was totally destroyed. All that was left were some fragments of planetary debris, which were deflected off the Nirvana's shields. There was several long, tense moments of silence on the ship as everyone on board waited for news on the fate of their missing crew members. Seconds ticked by, which stretched into long, agonizing minutes. With absolutely no sign of the Tekkaman, Pegasus or the physician, the worst had to be assumed. They didn't make it. Jura choked. "No, Mr. Alien." Barnett began to cry again as she whispered one name. "Guero." Then at that moment a familiar voice was heard over the intercom. "Slade to Nirvana. Slade to Nirvana. Request permission to come aboard." Everyone crowded in the hangar as a battered and ragged Tekkaman and his Vandread landed. Slade transformed back into his human form and fell to his knees. He was immediately hugged on all sides by Jura, Misty, Yukio, Jusenkyo and of course, Tarak. Mia stood close by and was also secretly glad that Slade was back. "Slade, where's Guero?" Barnett demanded. By this time, she had full control of her limbs. The space warrior smiled as Pegasus' cockpit opened up and out stepped T.U.E.R.O. "Hello, Barnett, IOOFF." To the shock of everyone there, the former man-hating Megele girl tackled the physician to the floor and gripped him tightly. She was crying her heart out as she continued to squeeze. "Barnett, I can't breathe. Hack. Shut up. Barnett, just shut up, you stupid man." Behind her, Perfect was in a state of total disbelief as she saw Dwero in the arms of another woman. She found herself in a flustered state as Barnett continued to embrace the doctor. In the background, Magno smiled at the scene as her second-in-command looked down in confusion. Well now, I have a feeling that things are going to get more interesting in the near future. Later, Mr. Alien, Jura, Mia and Dinah found Slade looking out of the observation deck at the remains of the desert world as the Nirvana resumed its journey home. Slade? What wrong? Jura asked as she noticed that he was brooding again. Slade didn't seem to notice them as he continued to stare out into space. What is it, Mr. Alien? After a long while, he replied without facing them. I was thinking about Saber. Saber? He's dead, Jura said with confidence. There's no way he could have survived that explosion. If I managed to escape it, what makes you think he didn't? He is a Tekkaman. That one simple statement left the blonde speechless as Slade continued to gaze at the star-studded void. In the sick bay, Dwero sighed in contentment as he was once again back in his element. Getting back to his spirit trial routes had been enlightening, but it was the sick day where he felt the most comfortable. Piley had been overjoyed to see him again. Apparently, she wasn't used to dealing with so many patients for a long period of time. The growing workload and responsibility had almost overwhelmed her. Then there were all those crew members who came in with trivial health problems such as hangnails, broken nails and such. She now had a greater appreciation for Dwero's expertise and discipline. As the doctor began going over the medical logs of the current cases, the door to the sick bay opened up and in stepped Barnett, pushing a cart with a couple of covered dishes. Barnett, do you have medical problems that you'd like me to look at? The dread pilot shook her head as she lifted the lid off one of the plates, revealing an exquisite filet mignon. No, I came here to serve your dinner. I promised you the best meal in the galaxy, remember? She then presented him with a red bottle. Would you like some hot sauce? Dwero couldn't help but laugh at the joke, in which Barnett joined in outside of the sick bay and watching from around the corner. A certain somebody with glasses looked down with moisture in her eyes. Dwero. To be continued. Author's notes for you. And with this part, Chapter 5 draws to a close. As for the relationship between Barnett and Dwero, I feel that having just Perfect in the picture was too easy. Besides, I like Dwero and I think he's cool. In addition to all the other girls after Slade, I thought why not have a couple more triangles develop? That makes the story more interesting. I think I'll be taking a break from this fic for now and concentrate on working on the others. 1. Back in Chapter 5 of the first stage, 2, c. 1, Chapter 9 Songfic. Let's get physical a DKKADSONGFIC song originally sung by Olivia Newton-John. Lyrics, thoughts note, this songfic takes place after Chapter 5 of Tekkadread, the second stage. The Nirvana's Gymnasium. Guero continued stretching his limbs as he and Slade warmed up for their regular session of physical training. He also did some light breathing exercises, bending over, joint rotations and flexing to work out any tension in his muscles. There was no one else there, which meant that the two males had the workout area all to themselves. So what kind of exercises are we going to do today? The good doctor asked. He was dressed in a pair of form-fitting shorts, with cut-off legs at mid-thigh. They molded to his lower body and yet gave him freedom of movement. On his feet was a pair of simple workout shoes. He did not wear anything above the waistline, displaying an impressive array of pectorals and abdominal muscles. Like the Tekkaman, Guero's frame favored a lean, but well-sculpted build, rather than being weighed down by bulky muscles. Speed, agility and skill were preferred over brute force. Beside him, Slade was similarly dressed. Reaching down into a tote bag on the floor, he pulled out several items. He handed his training partner some heavy, cloth-wrapped objects. "We're going to do something a bit different today. Doc here, put these on." He then picked up 4 more of the strange implements from the bag. The physician took the offered items and saw that they were elastic bands with some weights sewn into them. He gazed back at his sparring partner with a questioning expression. Slade said nothing as he put 2 of the heavy bracers on his wrists, then the other 2 near his ankles. He then nodded for Guero to do the same. Hesitantly, the healer followed suit and noticed right away that the extra weight slowed him down. His limbs felt about 5 pounds heavier apiece. "Is this some kind of weight training to build up my strength?" he asked. There were many men on Tarak who lifted weights on a regular basis to build up their own body power. It's sort of part strength training and part endurance training. "My weights are a lot heavier than yours," Slade replied as he then reached into the bag and took out a flat, square container. Opening it up, he revealed an old-style audio CD. "What's that?" "It's something that I picked up during my planet-hopping days. I came across a world in which some of the Earth colonists had settled. They worshipped this ideal that they called— what was it again? Oh yeah. They called it the Rich of Simmons. 1. The inhabitants were gung-ho about fitness and health. They had some great training exercises. What we're going to do today is something they called aerobics." "What's aerobics?" "It's a very extensive, very intense form of workout. It targets all your major muscle groups, increases your heart rate, gets your blood flowing and helps build stamina." Guero nodded in comprehension. "So it's a form of cardiovascular exercise." "Yeah, that's what they said. What makes this different from what we've been doing so far is that it's set to music." "Yep. Not only is it a good way to build up your endurance, but it also helps you develop rhythm and burns off excess fat. It sounds simple enough. It may sound simple, but it can be just as intense as my regular sessions with the Warrior Squadron. We'll start out slow and easy today and work from there. Alright, what do I have to do?" "Oh, just follow my lead and try to keep in rhythm." Slade inserted the CD into a nearby speaker system and pressed a button to start. However, what he didn't know was that the system was currently tuned into the entire communications network of the Nirvana. Furthermore, when he pressed play, he also activated the overhead and wall cameras. As a result, the hangar, Jura, Taida and Mia stopped in their dread's regular maintenance when they suddenly began hearing music. "Where's that coming from?" Taida asked. "Hey, look over there," Jura said as she pointed to an image being projected on a nearby monitor. All three girls crowded around the screen and their eyes widened as they saw two well-endowed males in only shorts and shoes, performing some kind of ritual, while moving in time with a beat. "I'm saying all the things that I know you'll like, making good conversation." "Oh my," Jura said as she saw how the way Slade's form moved in a direct, yet strangely compelling and forceful way. He threw his arms out with palms spread, then brought them back to his midsection. He repeated the movements several times with the doctor mimicking beside him. Taida and Mia also gulped as they found their heart rates begin to climb and their body temperatures went up a few notches. "The register. I gotta handle you just right. You know what I mean?" "What is this?" one of the girls asked. "I don't know, but I think I like it," Yukio said as she watched Slade make some sidestepping maneuvers. He had begun to pick up the tempo a bit, and moved with a kind of fearsome grace. "The target range. I took you to an intimate restaurant, then to a suggestive movie." Barnett missed her next target completely as she stared wide-eyed at the screen. After her experience on that desert world, she had begun to notice the subtleties of the male form, especially Dwero's. To see the doctor move with such determined, yet light motions made her want to touch his firm chest and... "What am I thinking? There's nothing left to talk about, unless it's horizontally." Barnett shook her head violently when those words were heard. One can only guess what was running through her mind at that time. The bridge. "Let's get physical, physical. I wanna get physical. Let's get into physical." Why are they jumping about like that? Kuzum wondered. The rest of the bridge crew didn't even hear her words as their eyes followed the men's movements, then widened as Slade and Dwero went into a series of lunges, showing off the strength in their legs and how tight their censored were. "Let me hear your body talk, your body talk. Let me hear your body talk." The engineering section. I've been patient, I've been good. Tried to keep my hands on the table. "Ma'am, what is this?" one of Perfect's staff asked. The head engineer didn't even hear the question as her glasses became steamed up and a bit of drool was trickling down her chin. She had seen Dwero before, but never in this kind of primeval fashion. When he started flexing his chest and abdominal muscles, her heart skipped a beat. "It's getting hard this holding back. You know what I mean? The sick day. I'm sure you understand my point of view. We know each other mentally. Pila's mouth and that of her frog pulpit were wide open as she watched Slade and Guero go into a series of fast twisting motions which allowed the viewer to observe the movements of their flanks and hips. You gotta know that you're bringing out the animal in me. Misty was licking her chops as she watched both men doing a series of axe kicks. Let's get physical, physical. I wanna get physical. Let's get into physical. By now, Guero and Slade were working up a considerable amount of sweat as they pushed themselves harder. The lights glinted off the sheen on their skin, adding to their masculine appearance. Let me hear your body talk, your body talk. Let me hear your body talk. By now, nearly 80% of the girls on the ship were breathing hard and libidos were really getting stimulated, despite the fact that they were raised to the 8 men. It seemed that no amount of conditioning could ever eliminate those ancient instincts. Let's get physical, physical. Barnett noticed all the scars on Guero's body. Though the imperfections were considered ugly on a female, the marks seemed so right on him. As they became covered in sweat, the dread pilot began wondering what they'd taste like. What am I thinking? I wanna get physical. Let's get in physical. Let me hear your body talk, your body talk. Let me hear your body talk. Jura thought to herself as Slade threw more punches as well as droplets of sweat. She especially liked the way his shorts molded to his rear. Who would have thought that a man's tight derriere could be so enticing? Dinah felt herself getting warm all over, especially in that spot between her legs. She couldn't get the image of a naked Slade moving like that out of her mind. Mia began clenching and unclenching her fists as both confusion and desire conflicted within her. She was a warrior and leader, damn it. She didn't care if Slade had broad shoulders, a washboard stomach, lean but powerful legs, hard as wrought biceps and buns of get a hold of yourself, MIA. The dread leader screamed in her mind. Barnett shook her head continuously, but couldn't tear her eyes away from the screen. Men are not sexy. Men are not sexy. Men are not sexy. Let's get animal, animal. I wanna get animal. Let's get into animal. Guero then bent over. Fawned. Barnett passed out with a bit of a nosebleed. Fawned. The engineering staff looked down on the floor and saw Perfect also out cold. Let me hear your body talk, your body talk. Let me hear your body talk. As the music faded away, both men slowed their pace and began warming down. Guero let off a contented sigh. That had been a good workout and he was feeling more limber than ever. Slade walked over and shut off the speaker system. All over the ship, one could hear a collective. After that performance, nearly every girl on the Nirvana took a very cold shower. The end author's notes, yeah, it was kind of silly, but I couldn't help myself. I figured that in this role reversal situation, why not have the women begin to feel those ancient instincts? I just had to write this. 1. Richard Simmons equals Richard Simmons asterisk chapter 10 asterisk chapter 6 part 1 New Revelations L. Tekkadread the second stage disclaimer. What now? Don't tell me you still want me to disclaim. Alright. Tekkaman Blade, Ranma and Vandread all belong to their respective creators. There. You happy now? Thoughts? Chapter 6 Part 1 New Revelations. Have you been noticing some strange things happening lately? Jusenkyo asked Yukio as they both led the training exercises of the warrior squadron. Slade had some other business to attend to and he had let his second and third in commands take over for the last few days. What things? The descendant of the original Yukio Kwanji asked. Well, the commander seems to be avoiding us lately. The brown-haired girl thought for a moment, then nodded. Yeah. I've been seeing Slade kind of tense whenever he goes into the register. He's been keeping to himself a lot. He seems a lot different ever since he and the doctor came back from that planet 3 weeks ago. He's still helping us out, but it seems like he's, I don't know, really nervous about getting close to anyone in the register. And now he's not leading the training sessions like he used to. You think he might be sick? I don't think so. He's just been avoiding contact with everyone. Even Dinah can't get to him like she usually does. The only times I've ever seen him is when he's doing his job at the register or training in the gym. We haven't been attacked for a while, so I haven't seen much of him. It's a bit odd. Speaking of things that are odd, have you noticed what's been going on in the sick bay lately? Sick bay. Guero pondered over the final results of the experiment that he had been working on for the past month. His fingers drummed absently over the console. He shook his head as the report was displayed on his monitor. Not good. The physician had hoped that the findings would have invalidated his theory, but instead they had confirmed it. At that point, the door hissed open. The good doctor turned about in his seat to see a certain dread pilot enter the area. Hi. Barnett said quietly while giving him a small wave. Hello. Guero greeted with a small smile as he sat up. Is there a medical problem that I can help you with? The normally tough dread pilot swallowed a bit with a slight blush on her cheek, before showing him a small burn on her right arm. I burned myself while cooking and the physician nodded as he stood up and took hold of her arm to examine it. It's not too serious. You've got a first-degree burn that I can treat easily. It won't even leave a mark once I'm done. Barnett's heart fluttered a bit as his hands caressed her sensitive skin while examining her injury. Though they were calloused and had rougher skin, she couldn't help but notice how gently he moved them. The fingers deftly moved across her arm with practiced ease and precision. And when looked into his face and saw that one eye that wasn't covered with hair, she noticed something that she hadn't been aware of before. Hazel. She pointed with her left index finger. Your eye color. It's hazel. I never noticed it before. It's nice. Oh. The doctor nodded as he turned to get some soothing cream and gauze from a nearby medicine drawer. As he turned back to her, Barnett acted on an impulse, reached up and flicked the bang of hair that covered the right side of his face, which gave her a momentary glimpse of what was hidden underneath. As the hair fell back to its regular position, the doctor then said, "Is your curiosity satisfied? You've got 2 eyes, and they're both hazel," the dread operator said slowly with a bit of surprise. "Really nice looking eyes," she mentally added. "Of course I have 2 eyes." He shrugged as he took her arm to treat it. "You should be more careful in the future, Barnett. This is the 6th visit you've made in the past few days for a minor medical attention. You've been getting paper cuts, small bruises, strained muscles, and so on. This has been happening a lot. If I didn't know better, then I would suspect that you injured yourself on purpose. Imagine me doing something so silly." Barnett laughed with a bit of a nervous tone as she scratched the back of her head. Poirot chuckled a bit as he wrapped up the injury with a small, medicated bandage. "There. That should do it. Now you can." He paused as something passed by his nostrils. "What is it, Doctor?" Barnett asked in a quiet voice. "Do you smell that odor? Odor? Well, it's not what one would call an offensive odor," Poirot amended. "Actually, it's a very pleasant scent. It's like the floral fragrances in the biopark. I can't identify it, but it does stimulate my olfactory senses." "Scent? Oh, you must mean the perfume I'm wearing." "Perfume? You mean, you put some kind of chemical on your skin?" "Yes." "What is its purpose?" Barnett shrugged. "Well, because it makes me smell good. And what else? I don't understand. What else is perfume used for?" Poirot thought for a while, then said, "I find the concept of putting a chemical on your skin to make one smell better to be confusing. I can understand using disinfectant to sterilize wounds. Does this perfume have the same purpose?" "Well, no. It just makes me smell better to other people, especially to people that I like." Barnett's cheeks became more tinged with red. "Curious. I have seen women apply various dyes and lotions to their faces, fingernails, toenails and various other parts of the body. I never did understand the reasoning behind all that until now." "So you're saying that this process of adorning oneself is a way to attract others? This is what's considered as beautiful to women?" I guess you could put it that way. It's all a matter of personal opinion. Fascinating. Oh, as a doctor, I feel that the human body in itself is a thing of beauty and needs no artificial enhancement. Really? Yes, I think that a healthy, well-kept physique is very appealing. And after becoming the Nirvana's physician, I have also found the female form to be quite interesting," Poirot remarked. Barnett's face turned even redder as she bowed her head in embarrassment. "The engineering section. Perfect? Why is your hair like that?" one of the girls of the head engineer's staff asked. The brown-haired girl shrugged as she played with a tress of her hair. "I just felt like wearing it down today, that's all." "How do I look?" "You look all right. Why aren't you wearing your glasses?" "Well, I thought I wouldn't need them today. I can see fine enough. Oh, look at the time. I'm due for my regular checkup in the sick bay. Take care of things until I get back, okay? She then turned about to head out to the sick bay, and missed the door completely. WHOMP. Ow. Perfect rubbed her sore nose, then let off a nervous chuckle before exiting. Perfect's assistant sweat dropped. Later, after finalizing the results of his experiment, Guero gazed upon the empty specimen tube in his hands for a moment. He then tossed the receptacle into the disposal slot on his console. The last of Slade's seed specimen had been used up, and the doctor was glad of it. Over the past few days, several of the females, and especially Jura, had been trying to sneak into the sickbay to get their hands on it, though they flatly denied it whenever Guero caught them in the act. The physician knew better. He didn't blame Perfect for the leak of information after finding that his console had been bugged. As Guero thought about the head engineer, he began recalling back to when Perfect had come in for her regular checkup. He almost didn't recognize her without her glasses and her hair hanging loose, instead of the nose twin braids. He had also noticed that she had a light application of facial dye on her cheeks, eyelashes and lips. For as long as he could recall, Perfect had been one of the few females on the Nirvana who rarely wore cosmetics. She had also been acting strangely, and Guero wondered just what was going on. He was just a humble doctor after all. There was nothing extraordinary about him, right? So why did certain females suddenly want to be with plain, old Guero McFile? He was considered average-looking on Tarak. For the life of him, he couldn't fathom why a female would show any interest in being in his company. After spending months on a ship inhabited almost primarily by women, the physician had thought he had figured out the nuances of female behavior. However, they kept on changing moods almost instantaneously and without warning. Perfect's attitude toward him had always been friendly and open-minded, but now she more forward. He had made a comment about how different she looked without her glasses and the interesting shade of her eyes, and she suddenly began giggling and blushing. And when he had nonchalantly mentioned Barnet, she took on a brief but intense expression of irritation. Then there was Barnet. The healer had her pegged as a bona fide man-hater. The mutiny she had started and her open dislike of anything male had been the proof. He had also known about the close relationship she had with Jura. After their ordeal on that desert world, Barnet had become more amicable toward males, and especially toward himself. He had seen less and less of Jura and Barnet together. In fact, there were times in which Barnet went to certain lengths to be with him. Flashback to 3 days ago. BLM. 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 Guero nodded as he shot 3 bullseyes in a row with his rifle. He stood on an anti-gravity disc, which hovered 7 feet above the floor at the center of the room. As he was off duty, he had decided to get in some practice at the holographic target range. One never knew when the need for combat would arise. Nice shooting. The physician turned about and saw a familiar figure walk into the room. In one hand she held her beloved calico pistol. On her face was a friendly smile. She walked onto another floating platform, which elevated her to a position beside Poirot. "Barnet? What are you doing here?" Poirot asked in surprise. "I thought you were still on duty. I asked for one of the other pilots to cover for me. I wanted to work off some stress. I guess it's just coincidence that we're both here, right?" "Yes. I suppose at Island," Poirot allowed with slight suspicion in his tone. He turned his gaze back to what he was doing as 3 more targets appeared from below like clay pigeons in a skeet chute. He picked them off with 3 rapid shots. 3 more targets appeared from the right side. He took them out in under a second. Finally, after shooting down 8 more, the training program ended as a holographic display appeared with the final score. Level 5 hits, 50 misses, 0 accuracy, 100%, impressive. Barnet remarked as she watched Poirot change magazines. "But then again, it's a bit much to use a rifle at such close range." Poirot considered the weapon in his hands, then nodded and slung it over his shoulder. "You're right. I prefer using these." He signaled for the computer to restart the training program, this time at level 8. There were fewer targets, only 16 in all, but they were much smaller and faster moving. As soon as the first 4 targets appeared, his right arm threw itself forward and streaks of metallic flashes were briefly seen. The targets were each hit dead center and the sounds of metal embedding into something softer were heard. Barnet's eyes widened as she saw 4 small, sharp implements sticking out of the impact surfaces on the far wall. The surfaces were used to catch bullets and absorb laser shots. Now they had to surgical scalpels and to syringes in them. Poirot wasted no time as the next 4 targets buzzed by. With a sweeping motion of his other arm, he plucked 4 more pointed instruments from his lab coat and hurled them with deadly precision. After hitting his targets, he then proceeded to throw out the remaining number of holographic circles, taking each of them out as they appeared. When the program ended and the score was displayed, Barnet was understandably in awe. Level 8 hits, 18 misses, 0 accuracy, 112.5%, 18 hits. I only counted 16 targets. Poirot shrugged as he pointed to the far wall. I threw 2 extra scalpels at 2 targets and hit them twice. Barnet let off a low whistle of admiration and something more. "Remind me never to get on your bad side, Razor." Poirot smiled at Barnet's reference to his nickname. End of flashback. Poirot shook his head bemusedly and shelved those thoughts for later. It was time to let the captain and first mate in on what he had discovered. Meanwhile, on Earth. "How goes the progress?" one of the Earth leaders asked as he and the rest of the council discussed the upcoming battle that was about to occur. "Excellent," another replied. "Our new Tekkaman are now fully acclimated to their powers and should be more than enough to destroy the Tekkaman Slade. The obedience chips in their cerebral cortexes will ensure their loyalty to us. With the addition of our new weapon, final victory over the Nirvana and its species Brahma is assured. I am uneasy with this arrangement. A third commented. We have already invested quite a bit in developing Saber's replacements. To send them and our new weapon seems wasteful. Speaking of Saber, has there been any contact with him since that disaster with the anti-voltiker amplifier? The second asked. None whatsoever. The third answered. It does not matter since we now have axe, lance and rapier. Saber is no longer of any use to us. However, I would like to emphasize my objection to using all three Tekkaman and our new weapon against Slade and the Nirvana. It cannot be helped. The first maintained. So far, the Nirvana has adapted and triumphed over all that we have sent before. This time, we cannot take any chances. We have been underestimating their abilities and that has cost us dearly. This shall be their final confrontation and we must crush them utterly. The harvest can no longer be hampered by these nuisances. Has there been any new information from Rabbi? A fourth asked. The second shook his head. Very little data has been transmitted to us since that encounter with the mission Delta 6, aside from the appearance of the Tekkaman Phantom. However, once we have eliminated Slade and the pirates, we shouldn't have any problems dealing with Phantom. From the battle footage that we had obtained from that time, we have ascertained that he is an incomplete Tekkaman and his powers are limited. Very well then. The first leader nodded. We shall attack the Nirvana at coordinates A7694 of the Epsilon Quadrant. Our projections show that it will be arriving at that sector in 2 days. And what of Rabbi? The third inquired. He has outlived his fullness to us and his recent acts indicate that he has turned against us. If our forces encounter him, then they lack permission to harvest him. If not, then they are allowed to destroy him with extreme prejudice. Somewhere out in space, Rabbi had seen better days. After leaving Mission Delta 6, the trader had decided to head toward some systems that were nearer to Megele and Tarak, which he reasoned haven't been informed of the harvest yet. He had hoped he could buy and slash or steal some supplies, fuel and ammunition and perhaps sell more information to the harvesters. The fact that he had been permanently banished from Delta 6 was regrettable, but it was a loss that he could handle. Or so he thought. The first planet he had come across went by the name of Eternia. It was an industrial world, which specialized in valuable ores and metal alloys. It had a trading station in orbit and was considered the jump-off point to various other colonies. Rabbi had decided to try to obtain some much-needed alloys to repair some parts of his ship's hull. However, as soon as he came within hailing range and identified himself, the station opened fire on him. He had barely managed to get his craft out of the system before Eternia's space patrol ships could catch up to him. Another planet that he tried to land on was Zindaro, which was home to various arms dealers and manufacturing facilities. It would have been a good place to replenish his ship's weapon systems. However, They wouldn't deal with him as they too had received the transmissions from Delta 6. As soon as he landed his ship on the surface, Rabi found himself facing against several armored divisions. He was forced back into orbit at gunpoint and had left empty-handed. This had made his simian partner U-10 very frustrated. When he tried to approach the planet Orbita, which was well reputed to have excellent medical technology, he wasn't met with force. He just wasn't met at all. As soon as the inhabitants recognized his ship's profile with their long-range sensors, they simply raised their planetary defense shield and refused to let him land. Rabi was once again denied access and was forced to leave. This pattern of rejection soon got to Rabi, and he had tried to sneak onto a planet's surface. Emphasis on the term tried. Delta 6 had transmitted highly detailed images and descriptions of the Harvester agent and his operations, and he soon found out that using an alias wouldn't work. He had nearly gotten executed when he landed on an extremely xenophobic human world. Now Rabi found himself in a dire situation as he cruised through the sea of stars. His ship was running low on food, fuel, spare parts and ammunition. It was barely able to maintain life support, and there weren't any space colonies or planets that he could dock with. At that moment, his long-range scanners began picking up a familiar signal that was heading toward him. He smiled as he recognized it. It was the signature of a Harvester repair and supply drone. They were shaped like space urchins, but were about 3/4 their size, colored gray and had less spines surrounding their inner hulls. There were hundreds of them circulating among the automated fleet, and he had used them on occasion to restock spare parts and armaments. He considered himself lucky as he began sending the recognition code to the craft and waited for it to respond. The drone picked up the signal and ran it through its database. However, when it made a match with Rabi's file, it began executing the new orders it had just received from Earth. Extending its spines to their fullest, the drone began speeding toward its target. Rabi wondered why the drone was suddenly speeding toward him on what appeared to be an attack angle, when the thing launched its spines at him. Taking evasive action, he swerved his vessel to the right to avoid being hit. The drone whizzed by and swung about for another attack run. New spines emerged from its spherical body as it prepared to charge again. At the same time, it began sending out signals to other Harvester ships that were in the sector. As the space trader continued to dodge the drone's attempt to skewer him, his sensors then picked up several more signals heading his way. His eyes widened as he saw several swarms of cube fighters appear in the distance, and they were all aiming their weapons at him. "Udian!" he cried out as he began charging the weapons systems. The orangutan ran toward the firing controls to defend the ship, though Rabi knew that their chances of escape were not good. He hadn't been able to replenish the ammunition belt since Delta 6. "Why are they attacking me? What's going on?" Then he remembered Slade's words to him. Flashback. "Slade, I promise you. The next time we meet, I will send you to hell." End of flashback. Rabi was shaken back to reality as several direct hits caused his ship to shudder. Damage reports began flashing all over his console as he and U10 began fighting for their lives. Later, would you mind telling us why you called us here? BC asked, as she and the captain sat in the conference room with Puero. The doctor nodded as he gestured to a holographic display. I wanted to show you something. He inserted a data disk, and using a laser pointer, indicated at certain images as they appeared before them. The first series of pictures were about how women reproduced on the all-female planet. As you know, I have been fascinated on how women on Megele reproduce. The idea is to splice the genetic information of one parent, the oma as you call it, to the egg of the other parent, or fama. Then the fertilized egg gestates in the fama for 9 months, to be later born as a baby, correct? Yes, we know all that. Magno said. So why are you telling us this? Puero then began indicating to a new set of images, which displayed Tarak's procedures on procreation. On Tarak, our reproductive methods are actually quite similar. Genetic material from two consenting fathers, they would be called omas to you, is donated and is then combined in a gestation matrix in one of the youth centers. We call them factories. The older woman shuddered a bit at the thought of being assembled like some machine, without the warmth of a mother. BC, however, showed no indication of being disturbed. Puero continued with his lecture. In a way, the birthing is done artificially on Tarak, while the people of Megele use their own bodies as the gestation matrices. However, the basic principles of genetic splicing and manipulation remain fundamentally the same. Overall, both Megele and Tarak use modified cloning techniques in order to create the next generation. This is very interesting, Doctor, but is there a point to all of this? Puzo asked with a bit of irritation in her voice. Puero nodded as his expression took on the most serious look. My point is, according to my research, if both planets continue on procreating this way, then the people will eventually be doomed to extinction. Now that caught both women's attention as they leaned forward and focused their gazes on the healer. What do you mean by that? Kuzum demanded. What I mean is this. He then showed a new set of images, which depicted the three-dimensional structure of DNA, the building blocks of all life. Like all genetic cloning methods, the human genome is manipulated for duplication and splicing. Amino acids, enzymes and proteins are exchanged and relocated. However, herein lies the problem. Even within one generation, a condition known as genetic drift begins to occur. Genes begin to move away from their assigned positions, due to instabilities within the DNA itself. Within the first few generations, the changes are small, almost indistinct and easily dismissed. The image showed a few of the amino acids begin to shift, slightly altering the shape of the DNA structure. Puero then pointed to a very drastic change in the DNA model. However, with successive generations, the changes become more extreme as each new offspring gains the hidden flaws of the parents, until finally, the genome is rendered incapable of further genetic alteration and duplication. As a result, he let his voice trail off as the DNA model flew apart on the display. Both women were rendered speechless as the doctor's information began to sink in. Then Magno spoke in a slightly quivering voice. "Doctor, do you have any proof that such a thing is happening now?" Guerrero nodded as he showed two different DNA sequences. "These are samples that I took from Ezra and her baby. On the left is Ezra's DNA sequencing, on the right is her child's. Certain areas of both strands lit up in a bright red. Now the highlighted areas indicate the portions of Ezra's DNA, which were inherited by her baby. Now, see how they appear once I magnify them." The images of the highlighted area were brought up and the two women immediately saw the differences. Ezra's baby has a different sequencing than her mother's. Kuzum observed. Guerrero shook his head. "Actually, the baby's sequencing is supposed to be the same, since she inherited it from Ezra, but many of the marker amino acids have moved due to successive genetic drift. I accessed Ezra's medical records and compared it with the genetic files of the last two generations of her family. Take a look." The display then switched to a comparison screen, showing 3 DNA sequences of the same highlighted areas. The evidence was clear. The first generation was used as a reference, as the second showed slight shifting. Ezra's showed some more drifting, while her baby's marker amino acids were noticeably further than the original generation. Guerrero continued speaking. "As you can plainly see, the damage to Ezra's family line is well underway. Now I'm not saying that her baby won't be able to grow up normally and have her own children, because she will. The damage to her DNA hasn't reached that point yet, but I estimate that in another 4 or 5 generations, her descendants will have around a 50% chance of conceiving. 4 or 5 generations after that and those odds will be reduced to 25%. After that, genetic deformities and complications are sure to take place and I wouldn't be certain if the planet's population would be viable enough to produce more offspring. But this is only Ezra's family line," Kuzum insisted. "Surely the others." Guerrero shook his head again. "Remember, I've made comparisons and background checks on nearly all of the crew members, and they all show signs of progressive genetic damage. And it's not just limited to the women. I've also tested on my own DNA and parts. The men of Tarak are also suffering from genetic drift. Why wasn't this problem addressed too during the first generation?" Kuzum asked. "Surely something as important as this would not have been overlooked when they developed the cloning techniques." Magno sighed as she answered for the doctor. "I suppose it was due to pride and stubbornness. When the men and women separated, each side thought that they could live without the other. However, it seemed that when the second generation began with initial success, they ignored the problems, which would eventually come to affect their descendants. Ah yes, this reminds me of a very old proverb. In the words of Megele, the sins of the mother were revisited upon her daughters unto the 4th generation. How true it has become. I know that old saying, Guero remarked. Of course, young Tarak, we say that the sins of the father were revisited unto his sons, but that's beside the point. If this situation remains unchanged, then I would estimate that both Tarak and Megele would not last long beyond the 12th generation, and that is only a conservative estimate. We would more or less suffer the same problem of genetic saturation, that is preventing the people of Earth from having no future generations. He pressed a button on the display console, which started flashing examples of DNA profiles of some of the Nirvana's crew, including Barnett's, Jura's, Mia's, Bart's, and himself. I think I've made my point, Guero concluded as he switched off the display. So what can be done about this problem? Puzo asked. Magno then smiled as she replied in a matter-of-factly tone. Well, that's quite obvious. She then addressed the good doctor. Since you've been researching this problem and the history of our two planets, then I assume that you know what I'm talking about. Guero said nothing for a long moment, then smiled a bit. Ah yes. I should have realized that you would know about it, since you are one of the first generation. It was so obvious. Know about what? Puzo asked, though she had a feeling that the answer would shock her. Why? About the ancient practices of making a baby between a man and a woman, of course. Magno replied. What? Puzo gasped. That was Bart's exact reaction when Slade told us about it. Guero remarked. Ah, so you learned it from D-Boys, eh? Magnos grinned. Guero's cheeks turned slightly pink as he responded. His lecture on the birds and the bees, as he called it, was most informative. I just knew that he would know. Captain. Both looked at the first officer, who had become a bit more anxious than they had ever seen her. Captain, you and the doctor are not suggesting that. Puzo found that she couldn't bring herself to say it. It is the only logical and most viable solution. Guero said simply. The human race had been reproducing itself from its beginnings, without the use of cloning techniques or advanced technology. In a natural way, genetic variation was assured. There was no danger of genetic drift, since genes were directly passed on to the next generation, without being disrupted by the artificial means that we use today. By my calculations and the projections provided from the ship's medical computer, within 2 to 3 generations, the genetic shift damage of the populace of both worlds would stabilize. You mean, women and men would have to? Puzo began. Magno nodded. It seems that we are all coming full circle. Captain, you don't really think that? Magno cut her off by holding up a hand. Puzo, for a long time, I had been thinking about the future of our two planets. Just recently, I had come to the conclusion that we could not continue to exist in this fashion. All of us, both males and females, were meant to live the way humans were supposed to, together. That was how it was before the first generation, and I think it is high time that we lived that way again. But Captain, The leaders of Megele and Tarak won't agree to something like this. I don't think any of the people on both planets would agree either. Do you deny the evidence that the doctor has shown us? Well, I will admit that the proof Dwero has shown is very compelling, but still, I know BC. I didn't say that we were going to force anyone into this. However, I do know that there are many people on Megele who do not agree with Lady Grandma. Lots of those individuals are idealistic and are willing to try new ideas. Look at Ida. She's probably the most open-minded person that I had ever met. I'm willing to wager that there are some men on Tarak who think the same way. In any case, at the very least, we must show the leaders and those who will listen that our future as it stands now is destroying itself. Furthermore, children between our two worlds will help guide us to a better tomorrow. I admit that the progress would be slow, but if we could get even one pair to agree to this, then it will all be worth it. Dwero nodded, then added, "Oh yes, Captain. There's one more thing that I should add. In addition to couplings between Tarak and Megele, I would also highly recommend that an infusion of undamaged DNA be introduced into the gene pool. This would not only ensure genetic variation, but it would also speed up the process of genetic stabilization. Undamaged DNA." Kuzum wondered. Magno chuckled a bit. What the good doctor means is that we would need someone to be the father or mother, who had not been born by Megele or Tarak methods. But the only people who fit that requirement are the first generation. Begging your pardon, Captain, but they're all too old to be considered for parenthood. The elderly woman chuckled again as she wagged her finger at her first mate. You forget BC. We do have a source of undamaged DNA on the Nirvana. Indeed. The doctor agreed. He's already admitted that he's not from Tarak or Megele and his clinical samples show no sign of genetic drift whatsoever. Dwero then flashed an image of another strand of DNA sequencing, this time of a certain Tekkaman's. He's in top physical condition and he's knowledgeable in the process of intergender procreation. Though I suspect he has his own reservations about participating in this kind of venture. I'll speak to Slade about it. Magno assured. Then her expression took on a mischievous gleam. I must say that since you men came on board, things certainly had gotten livelier and I expect things to get even more interesting. Oh, by the way, Doctor. Yes? Since you've put so much effort into this research, I trust that you two shall be taking part in this venture as well. Do you have anyone in particular in mind for a partner? Dwero became a bit flustered, as he understood Magno's not-so-subtle inquiry. Well, I haven't actually thought that far. The elderly woman chuckled, as she already knew about the physician's newfound relationship with Barnett and his previous association with Perfect. Later, Slade sighed. The Tekkaman wanted to talk to someone who understood how he was feeling, and the kind of stress he was undergoing. Before he had joined up with the Nirvana, he had been traveling from planet to planet. He never stayed long in one place and rarely made any long-term relationships. However, that all changed when he became part of Vivian Magno's crew. Now he was constantly in the company of many attractive females, and since he had not been raised on a single-gender world, he often found himself at odds with his body's hormonal reactions to them. Things such as working out with the warrior squadron in the presence of their slender, athletic figures made him want to cry sometimes. It didn't help matters that Jusenkyo usually bounced with every move. Then there was the register and all of those young girls in their short skirts and shapely legs. Yukio had a great set herself and the rest of her was well stacked. Of course, there were also the three dread pilots. Whenever he thought about Ida sitting in his lap, Mia leaning behind him, or Jura's chest being thrust up against him, he bam, 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 clang, clang, clang. What are you doing, D-boy? Slade looked up and chuckled nervously as he saw the aged captain standing beside him on his left. He had been so wrapped up in his thoughts that he had not detected her presence. Then he looked to his other side and saw that his right hand was clenched into a fist and was in the center of a deep dent in the wall. It seemed that he had unintentionally taken his depression out on the Nirvana. He gulped a bit as he withdrew his hand from the dent he had made in the metal. Sorry about that, Grandma. These days, I don't even know my own strength. That's all right, young one. I'll back perfect send over someone to fix that. Though I would prefer if you refrain from causing any more damage, unless it's to the enemy. Right. Slade nodded, then turned to head back to his room. Hold on a moment, D-boy. Magno called out to him. Slade stopped and looked over his right shoulder. Yeah? I would like to speak with you for a few minutes, in private. Do you think you could spare the time? I guess. He shrugged, then started following the old woman to the conference room. The conference room. As the two sat down opposite to each other at the table, the 108-year-old woman gave the Tekkaman a small smile. So Slade, have you enjoyed being on this ship with us? Ooh, it's been fine. I guess. I've got no complaints, except for that time Barnett started that mutiny, but that's past us now. Good. The elderly woman nodded. The well-being of the crew is always a concern of mine. Now I suppose I should tell you why I wanted to speak with you privately. Okay, what is it? Magno paused for a long while, then took a deep breath. D-boy. Slade, I've noticed over the past week or so that you've been feeling, oh, I don't know, restless and a bit tense. Well, saying that I'm tense would be an understatement. The Tekkaman admitted. The old woman nodded again. I thought so. Then she asked out of the blue in a quick voice, so how would you feel about having sex with Ida? W-A-U-G-G-G-G-H-H-H-H-H. The question floored Slade, literally. He fell backward and landed on the floor with a resounding crash. Magno was glad that the conference room was soundproof, and became a bit amused at how flustered her question had made the normally disciplined martial artist and space warrior. He immediately got his feet and slammed his hands on the table, nearly causing it to shatter. "Say what?" Magno shrugged while smiling. "What? You think I don't know about the truth between men and women? I am one of the first generation, after all. By the way, you still haven't answered my question." The former Sodom became more flustered as his cheeks reddened and he began stuttering. "WWW, what are you saying? Why you mean? Me and Dinah." Magno chuckled a bit, then began teasing him. "If you don't want Dinah, then perhaps Mia or Jura, Shanpu and Yukio would also be fine choices for bedmates." Whoa! 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 Slow down. What the hell are you talking about? Slade started frantically waving his hands. The pirate captain gave the young man a look that could be defined as motherly. "Calm down, Slade. I didn't mean to get you so worked up. I just couldn't resist teasing you. Now please, sit down and let me explain." Slade took several deep breaths to calm his nerves, then picked up the fallen chair and sat back down. Magno gave Slade's right shoulder a reassuring pat, then began speaking. "Slade, I've noticed that you've been getting very agitated, especially when you get in close proximity with various girls. Gascogni has told me that you've been trying to avoid touching some of the girls in the register, especially with Yukio. I've also noted that you've been letting Shanpu lead the training sessions more often with the warrior squadron. In the beginning, you've had no problems with physical contact. I suppose it was because of the constant attacks of the harvesters. Now with this lull in battle, you had more time to, shall we say, notice the fairer sex." Slade winced at the word sex, which caused Magno's smile to become more pronounced. "Ah, I thought so," the captain remarked, then added, "Now I may be an old woman, but I do know about these things. After all, I grew up with those urges myself. In actuality, it was even harder for me when Megele was founded and there were no men about to satisfy those feelings of mine." "You mean, you?" Magno nodded. "Of course. However, the subject of this discussion is you, boys. Judging from your reaction to my question, it's safe to assume that you don't have much experience in these matters, and that you've been denying these emotions for some time now. However, if you were to pursue a relationship with any of the girls aboard this ship, actually, it might even be better if you had several, then I would fully approve of it." "You would?" "100%. So which girl will it be?" Slade was struck dumb. The captain actually wanted something to happen between him and one of the girls. She was more enthusiastic with multiple couplings. Just what was going on? I've said it before, and I'll say it again. No offense intended, but have you finally gone senile?" Magno gave him another knowing smirk. "Now that wasn't a nice thing to say. Here I am, offering a surefire way for you to relieve your tension and you throw it back into my face. From what I remember, this was the best way for full-blood males like you to relax. Nothing eases the tension like a little old-fashioned. Don't get started. I can't do that. Why not? You don't know how? Of course I know. I mean, PRGH. That's none of your business. Well, if you know the mechanics, then I don't see the problem. The old woman shrugged her shoulders. I may know, but there's 150 women aboard who don't know. I can't just calm down, Slade. There's no need to shout. So they'll have to learn from you, that's all. Say what? Magno nodded. It's as simple as that. I'm sure that you'll be able to teach them as easily as you did with the Warrior Squadron. That's different. Slade was getting even more agitated. Oh, and I'm sure that Misty will be able to assist you as well, since she's also from before the first generation. The captain added nonchalantly. Maybe you two can demonstrate? Now you're going too far. It was bad enough that Slade had to worry about the tension building up between Misty and Dinah. Why all of a sudden this change, Grandma? A few months ago, you wouldn't have even suggested this thing, but now you're all for it. Yes. Why? Magno took a deep breath before answering. For two very important reasons. First of all, it is for the good of the crew. I've seen how much stress this is causing for you, so it would best for all concerned, if you were to expel it, before it began hampering your ability to defend the Nirvana. Okay. I could understand that, I guess. So what's the second reason? The second reason is more along a personal motive. You see, I've never had any children. What? Yes. Since the day Megele had been founded, I never once donated my DNA as an Oma, nor gave birth to a baby, as a Fama. For the last century, I had never experienced the joys of parenthood. But why? It was because I considered the new methods of making a baby to be unnatural. To me, making a new life should be more than just a laboratory process. It should be born of love and trust between man and woman. It was the way I had been raised, and unfortunately, I was forever denied the opportunity when Megele began. However, though I had never started my own family, I consider each and every girl on this ship like my own daughter. And the most I want is to see at least some of them to be happy. You, Slade, can make that happen. Huh? Oh, come on now, Slade. You can be a bit thick sometimes, but even you aren't that dense. I have seen the look in many of the girls. They don't know what they're feeling towards you, and they have no idea on how to act on those emotions. However, it's very clear that you have snagged their heartstrings, whether you had intended to or not. But, no buts, Slade. You can only ignore nature's laws for so long. I'm not saying that you should just go wild and take every girl you see, though that could be very interesting. What I'm saying is that you should not keep those feelings bottled up. It's unhealthy, and any number of those girls would be proud to have you as their child's Zoma, or in the old days, father of their children. I like the notion of children aboard, and it would be nice if Ezra's daughter had a few playmates. But, oh, you don't have to decide right away, Slade. There are over 150 lovely ladies to choose from. Take your time to get to know them. You might find one or more girls to your liking. I never said that you had to choose one and only one. What are you, my mother? Vivian let off an amused cackle. I would be the luckiest woman in the universe if I had a son like you. You've won the hearts of so many. How manly you are. She let off another cackle, making him reach his panic threshold. Slade found himself totally speechless, and was only saved when the combat alarm went off. The Tekkaman let off a sigh of relief as he got up and made his Tekke crystal appeared. The way he was feeling at the moment, he could tear open a harvester flagship with his bare hands. He needed to work off his stress. As he was leaving the conference room, Magna called out to him, "D-boys, we'll finish this talk some other time." A chill went down his spine as he left the room. Note to self: avoid the captain for a while and take a really cold shower when I get back. 2 days later, in the register, 3 of a kind. Full house. Ah crud. Slade sighed as he chalked up another loss to the best card player on the Nirvana. What's the matter, D-boys? You're losing faster than usual, Gascogny remarked as she reshuffled the cards. I guess my mind's been too occupied lately. Slade replied with a sigh as he was dealt a new hand. There's been a lot of things happening to me. Like what? Mr. Alien. My Prince Charming. Case in point. Slade groaned, as 2 enthusiastic girls came running toward him. Misty was carrying a tray of sandwiches, while Dinah was carrying a heaping pile of rice balls. Both girls arrived at the table where he was sitting at the same time. As soon as the girls saw one another, each glared daggers at the other, which set off a very heated argument. Mr. Alien doesn't want to eat your moldy old bread. He prefers rice, says you. He'll eat rat poison before he tries your cooking. What? I'll have you know that Mr. Alien has enjoyed my cooking ever since he came aboard. Well, maybe he'd like something different for a change. At least I know how to say his real name. You leave Mr. Alien alone. Make me. I will. Slade sighed as he began inching away from the immediate danger zone. In a quiet whisper, he said to Gascogny, "We'll finish some other time." The 2 girls were too busy arguing with each other to notice that the object of their affection had left. At that point, they had started a massive food fight as sandwiches and rice balls began sailing through the air. The gym. Slade sighed as he lay down and breathed out, while bench pressing 2,000 pounds. The machine was at its maximum weight setting, but that was considered a light warm-up to the Tekkaman's superhuman strength. As he began a series of fast reps, his mind wondered just what he was going to do. Ever since his talk with the captain, he had begun to become even more frustrated with his growing libido. Now he couldn't get the image of Dinah and Misty's slender forms bouncing around when they ran to him. Speaking of bouncing, guess who just came into the gym, wearing a very skimpy leotard with a plunging neckline, and rode up a bit in the rear? Hello there. Jura stood at the head of the machine and bent over to gaze down at him. At this point, with the view he was getting, all the ice in an asteroid belt wouldn't have been enough to cool Slade off. His hands gripped the handlebars so tightly that his fingers began crushing the metal. Crud. Did I do something bad in a previous life to be punished like this? Out in space, Rabbi's ship drifted like a piece of flotsam. Various hydraulic fluids and gases periodically leaked from the numerous breaches in the hull. Both of the main drives were barely functional after taking several hard hits. Maneuvering thrusters were inoperative. The only thing that the interplanetary mercenary could hope for is to get his solar sail working so he could get some of his backup batteries recharged. Without propulsion, he and his associate would be doomed to aimlessly drift through the cosmos. Floating nearby were the remnants of the harvester units that had tried to collect both the trader and his simian companion. The two had just barely managed to beat off the attack, but at a very high cost. The mecha frame, which had comprised the main weapons systems of their vessel, was only good for recyclable parts after a U-10 had exhausted the last of the ammo. They were now completely defenseless, and should new harvester units appear, Rabbi gritted his teeth and worked hard at trying to activate his solar sails from an access panel outside of his ship. It was the utmost priority that he obtained some power before his life support gave out. Currently, he was wearing a spacesuit to save energy, as did his orangutan compatriot. The rest of the craft, save for the emergency systems, was totally shut down. With a grunt, he pulled out a damaged cable relay and replaced it with one that U-10 had salvaged off a destroyed cube fighter. Once in place, he punched in a specific code sequence into the manual activation mechanism. Slowly, but surely, a large, transparent sheet of metal opened above the bridge. He noted from the readings that the sail's power absorption rates were slow, most likely due to battle damage, but there was no help for it. He would have to wait until the ship had enough power to move and maintain life support. He could only hope that the harvesters would not find him until then. In her room, Mia stared down at some articles of clothing that were laid out on her bed. As she gazed upon them, her thoughts went back to that time when she had been completely and utterly useless. When Slade and the others had been trapped on that planet, she had worried herself sick over the fact that she could do nothing to help them. When she had heard of their ordeal and especially of how Slade had been prevented from transforming, she had worried that she could have lost him and never gotten to know him as well as Dinah and Jura did. The Dread leader shook her head. Why was she getting all worked up over a man, and especially when he was with other women? However, she couldn't help feeling so angry whenever he paid attention to other females and not to her. Wasn't she just as attractive as they were? Didn't she merit as much time with him as Dinah? Jura or anyone else? Wasn't she important to him? What am I thinking? Why am I getting these thoughts? I'm starting to sound like I'm jealous of Ida and Jura. No, I can't be jealous. Not over a man. It's not right. It's, it's, Arg. Mia stood up and began to pace her room while taking a few calming breaths. Inevitably, her thoughts went back to thinking about Slade and how little he seemed to notice her of late, especially since he returned from that planet and started avoiding all female contact. She also realized just how little she knew about him in comparison to Ida and Jura, the only other pilots who could form Tekkadreads with him. She felt a kind of connection with him since that day the Pixie's drama had imploded. Whenever they combined, she had felt a kind of oneness with him. It was so difficult to describe, but it felt right. She pondered over the situation for a long time, then decided to take the first step in getting to know him better. Purely to boost crew morale and cooperation, she convinced herself. However, in the back of her psyche, a little voice was calling her a liar. Maybe, if I didn't look so hard, he might talk to me more. She gazed at her image in a mirror and noted how her usual pilot's outfit looked so military. She then began undressing as she gazed back to the outfit on her bed. As she took off her jumpsuit, she didn't notice a brief flicker of light on her forehead, in the shape of a certain Tekkaman's crystal. Jura, wait a minute. Slade gulped as he found himself being backed toward a wall. Jura smiled seductively as she began to corner her prey. The way she swayed her hips made him even more agitated. What's the matter, Slade? You can't be afraid of little me, are you? Thump. Slade found himself pressed up against the wall with no escape route available. Geez, since when did Jura learn how to? Ugh. This has got to stop. Please, Jura. We can't just do this. I'm begging you. Don't do. You know, for a man, you are just so darn cute when you're like this. Really? I mean... Whoa! Hold on a minute. The blonde seductively traced a well-manicured finger across his chest, which was currently clad in just a white muscle shirt. She giggled a bit as his pectorals quivered from her feathery touch, then pressed her ample bosom against him. "WWW, what about Barnet?" Slade stuttered out as he tried to make his limbs work again. However, they currently had the consistency of wet noodles with Jura's assets in full view and in contact with his own chest. Jura let off a little sigh, then gave him a rueful smile. Barnet seems to be interested in the doctor, and we haven't been seeing each other much since that last mission on that desert world. We've talked it over and decided that we needed to explore our new feelings. Feelings? Yes. We had never felt this way before, especially with a man. And yet, it feels so right. I can't explain it, but I feel so warm and natural being with you. Those sensations became stronger when we were stranded on that world. I haven't forgotten about those kisses. Slade swallowed hard. She hadn't forgotten about those kisses either. Jura continued on as her arms began to snake around his neck and pulled him closer. And when we got back, I began digging into the old sections of the ship. And guess what I found? She said the last part in a sing-song voice. Slade was really nervous at that point. I wonder what she found. Oh no. She didn't. I came across some old video records like the ones you found last Christmas. But they were about how men and women produced children naturally. Oh. Flashback. What is this? Jura wondered as she poked around the old sections of the former Ikazuchi. The areas had been untouched since that time at Christmas, but with Jura's determination to catch Slade's child, the rooms had been reopened. She was now standing beside a large box with several video cassettes in it, using the same player that Slade had used before, but this time making certain that the images wouldn't be transmitted all over the ship. She began watching the first of the tapes. Her eyes instantly became the size of saucers as she beheld a man and a woman, both nude and were engaged in the act of. Woman, I like the way you do that. Man, would you like some more? Woman, oh yes. Jura gasped as certain noises were heard, followed by certain intimate acts. Woman, man, I can't wait much longer. Woman, yes. Oh please, take me now. Man, now. Woman, yes now. Ravage me. Jura gulped as she saw a particular movement by the man, which made the woman. Woman, don't stop, baby. Man, why would I want to stop? Woman, yes, yes, yes. Man, God, you're so. Woman, yes. Like that. I love it. Oh, H. More. More. Man, I can't hold. Woman, more. More. Don't ever stop. Man, I can't stop it. I'm going to. Woman, and me too. Both participants suddenly screamed at the top of their lungs. Jura felt like screaming herself, but not in horror as certain parts of her body became really warm and wet. Then the couple sighed in bliss in the aftermath. So, that's how it was done. Very interesting. Ooh, now what are they doing? Jura remained glued to the screen as she played through the entire video. She then got an image of herself with Slade in the same positions. End of flashback. Oh no. She found those kinds of videos. They certainly looked very happy. She purred as she leaned closer. So, you know about that ER stuff? And now that I do know. She leaned forward until her lips were mere centimeters from his. Jura, please, you can't just. The blonde shook her head. This was what she truly wanted. She wanted a baby, Slade's baby, and Slade. And now. Done single quote MPF. Too late. As their lips pressed up against each other, the Tekkaman felt his own resolve begin to crumble. He had been denying his natural instincts for too long, and now his body decided to ignore the protests of his mind and responded to the heart. His hands came down to Jura's waist and encircled it, pulling her closer to him. His harder, muscled form reveled in the contact of her suppler one. The warmth she was radiating began merging with his own. Unknown to both of them, their foreheads began to glow simultaneously with light, in the shape of Slade's Tekke crystal. However, images of Mia and Dinah began to enter into his mind. He had started to get close to those two as well, ever since the journey had begun. It seemed as if he was connected to all three of them. That was the reason why he was able to form the Tekkadreads. However, he had been feeling much more lately, which had contributed to his inability to become more intimate with any of them. He felt deep in his heart that he was hurting Dinah and Mia by doing this. Yet he didn't want to hurt Jura by refusing. When Jura began using her tongue to probe his mouth, that was when he was shocked back to reality. Jura was suddenly, but firmly pushed away as Slade bowed his head in what appeared to be shame. The light on both his forehead and hers faded. WW, what is it? Did I do something wrong? The cosmic warrior sighed as he shook his head. No. You did nothing wrong. It's me. I can't just. I'm sorry. I'm just not ready for this yet. But don't tell anyone of this, okay? Slade picked up his jacket and walked away from a confused Dread pilot. The Space Warrior stood in the observation lounge, which was currently deserted. He leaned against the railing and stared at the background of stars as they whizzed by like tiny streaking comets. His mind was a jumbled mess of conflicting emotions as he tried to make sense of what was happening and just what the future lay in store for him. It was then that he sensed the presence of someone coming toward him from behind. He tensed up as he heard light footsteps approach to where he was and stopped a few feet behind him. "Hello, Slade." The martial artist and Tekkaman took a deep breath to calm himself, then turned around to address the familiar voice. "Hello, Mia." His eyes bugged out and his jaw dropped as he beheld Mia in a dress. The Dread pilot smiled shyly as she stood before him in a modest, yet appealing white sundress with thin straps that displayed her smooth white shoulders. The top molded well to her bosom and made Slade nervous. The hem of her dress came down to about below her knees, but he could still see that she had very slender calves. She wore a pair of low-heeled shoes that fit well on her feet. The most striking thing about her was that she was not wearing the metal circlet on her head and face. This allowed the Tekkaman to see and appreciate her face, which was oval-shaped and possessed a striking pair of light aqua-colored eyes. You like it?" the girl asked. Since his vocal cords were still unresponsive, Slade nodded. Mia turned slowly from one side, then to the other, giving him a full view of the ensemble. She blushed slightly as she said, "It's something that I've had for a while, but I didn't have much of a reason to put it on. Until now. Oh boy." Later, Slade sighed as he plodded back to his quarters. His encounter with Mia had been very trying, and now the Tekkaman was at the end of his rope. Seeing the usually serious dread pilot in a dress had almost made him lose control, but he had toughed it out and just barely held on to his sanity. Mia had been very inquisitive and had asked him questions of a personal nature, such as his hobbies, his likes and dislikes, and what he really thought about her. Since when was she so nosy? And when he had responded that he thought of her as a very good friend, the blue-haired girl showed some signs of disappointment. That was the first. Slade sighed again as he neared his quarters. If he were to see another girl at this moment, Mr. Alien? Slade slumped down a bit as he sighed for the umpteenth time and turned around. Is something wrong, Mr. Alien? Dinah asked with a smile as she held out a tray of homemade brownies. Maybe this will cheer you up. The captain's quarters. Jura? What brings you here? Magno asked as the tall blonde entered the room with a forlorn look about her. The elderly woman had been reading one of her favorite books, which dated back to the colony era. Its title was Little Women. Captain, I need to ask you something. It's kind of personal. Jura began. The aged female put down her book and turned to face her. Oh, as captain of this ship, the well-being of my crew is always one of my top priorities. Sit down and tell me all about it. After Jura had seated herself in another chair, she became even more nervous as she tried to think of the best way to put her thoughts into words. Finally, after a minute of silence and some gentle prodding from Magno, she spoke. Captain, you're one of the first generation, right? Yes, I am. Do you have a question concerning that time? Something like that. You know how it was between men and women, before Megele and Tarak, right? Well, it's been a long time, but I still remember, certain things about men. Does your problem have anything to do with a man? Like a certain Tekkaman I know of? Magno mentally added. Jura's cheeks took on an intense pink. Yeah, you could say that. The thing is, I want to know how to make a man want to do something with me. Do what with you? Magno prodded with a knowing grin. Well, I found this visual record in the old parts of the ship. These are good. Slade commented as he finished off the entire tray of brownies. Then he gazed down at the crumbs and sighed. Oh, sorry. I should offered you some. The red-haired girl remained cheerful as she shook her head. Oh no, Mr. Alien. They were all for you. I know how hungry you can get, especially after a battle. I just wanted to make sure you had enough energy. Besides, it makes me happy to see you eat. Yeah, thanks. Though I kind of wish my Tekkaman powers didn't require so much energy. I must be putting a real strain on the ship's food supplies. That's okay, Mr. Alien. Dinah said. The way you smash, crash and blow those bad aliens makes it worth it. I wish I had your powers. Huh? Why would you want to be like me? Are you kidding? The way you fight the enemy is so awesome. I'd love to able to fly like you and go whoosh and crash and KPOWIE. Perfect says that she might be able to discover the source of your powers. Yeah, so what? So, if you knew the source of your powers, maybe you can give me some. Slade took on a hardened look, which made Dinah stop daydreaming. After a long moment of silence, he said, "Trust me. You wouldn't want them." "Huh? Why not? Being a Tekkaman isn't all it's cracked up to be. Having these powers means having a huge burden and what, Mr. Alien? And I don't know why, but I have this feeling that my Tekkaman powers have cost me dearly. I think they may have something to do with the fact that I can't remember my past. I feel that I had lost something important, but I can't remember what. The more I know about the Tekkaman power system, the more uneasy I get. After what I learned from Misty's data capsule and on Delta 6, I can't help but think that something dark and evil is coming. Earth. Our operatives and our new weapon will be entering the sector within a few hours, Leader. All is going according to plan. Excellent. Soon our Nirvana nuisance shall be no more, and it's all thanks to our pixies. Deep within the bowels of the main mega battleship, the other pixies' prototype hummed in silence. On the outside, it seemed to be dormant. In its core, however, certain energies began to build as an ancient essence began to convalesce. Unknown to even the Earth leaders, the Pixies was not entirely under their control as it began to follow an agenda that had been set long ago. Its long wait would soon be over. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, that was a long one. I hope you enjoyed this part of Chapter 6. In Part 2, Slade and the Nirvana will be encountering new adversaries and some new surprises as they encounter the Earth's newest Tekkaman. See you there. Chapter 11 Chapter 6, Part 2. Out with the old Tekkadread. The second stage disclaimer. You'd think by now I'd learn. Thoughts. Chapter 6 Part 2. Out with the old. How far away are we from Megele and Tarak? Magno asked as the Nirvana continued on its voyage through space. Kuzum nodded as she indicated their position on the main monitor. Due to that incident on that desert world, and the increasing number of enemy attacks since then, we have been substantially delayed and our data has been changed from 2 weeks to 4. The aged pirate captain sighed. She had hoped that they would reach their home worlds before the harvesters did. Though they had sent message pods to the all-female and all-male planets beforehand, they had not received any indications that pods had been received. They would have to assume the worst, that the information had either never reached those planets or they had been received and ignored. She shuddered to think what would happen to the people if the harvesters beat them to Megele and Tarak. No one should be subjected to such horror. In space. Rabbi swallowed hard and felt an icy chill run down his spine. Who wouldn't at the sight of a siege ship? The mercenary and his simian companion had been slowly making their way to the nearest inhabited planet when the long-range sensors had picked up the harvester craft. However, with the ship operating at minimal power and no weapons, They couldn't do anything to save themselves. They couldn't even flee, as the solar sail did not allow for evasive maneuvers or speed. They could only watch helplessly as the seed ship closed in on them. When the craft got to within 500 meters of them, its front opened up and metallic tendrils shot out from within to skewer the craft. The solar sail was perforated and the hull was skewered in several places. Several cube fighters were released to begin cutting into the ship to retrieve the human prize. At the same time, the vessel was pulled through the wide opening of the seed ship. It is said that in the airless vacuum of space, no one could hear you scream. However, if it were possible for sound to carry through the star-studded void, the listener's blood would run cold at hearing Rabbi's horrified voice as he finally received his long-overdue comeuppance. Meanwhile, "Is something the matter, Slade?" Guero asked as he performed his regular physical examination of the Tekkaman. "You seem distracted." Slade gave the doctor a whimsical expression. "Other than the fact that Magna wants me to go forth and multiply, Abjura is hot to trot, Mia is wearing dresses and Dinah being Dinah. No, I don't have any reason to be distracted." Rather than voicing out his thoughts, he instead replied, "Well, things have been getting kind of confusing lately." "Confusing?" Slade sighed as he tried to explain. "Did you ever get the idea that you thought you knew somebody, then he or she does a total personality flip on you?" Guero began to understand what his friend was getting at. He had been hearing rumors about Slade's encounters with various girls on the ship. The females in particular had also repeatedly confronted the doctor in ways that were incomprehensible. "I take it you've been having, how would you call it, girl problems?" "That's putting it mildly," the Tekkaman replied as he saw the comprehension in the doctor's expression. "So, can I assume that you know about it?" He nodded. "Yes, I had knowledge about that process. I finally found some data on the subject." He thought back to his conversation with the captain about the problem of genetic drift. He knew how uncomfortable Slade was about talking about the subject of natural procreation, and he had only recently learned of the actual process. Desu found the tape after Jura had viewed it. After seeing the act of natural procreation, the Tarak man experienced a new sensation, the spontaneous nosebleed. It took him a while to get used to the idea, though it terrified and fascinated him at the same time. What was most surprising thing was the fact that he had begun imagining himself performing the same acts with Barnett and Perfect simultaneously. He then leaned forward and whispered a few things into his patient's ear. Slade gulped slightly, then nodded and sighed. He was somewhat relieved that he could talk to another man about it now. "Yeah, that was it all right. Kind of blows all the ideas you learned on Tarak away, doesn't it? On Earth, we had just received word that one of our scouting forces had encountered the traitor Rabbi, and one of the council members inquired, and we have lost contact with those units since then." The subordinate replied. The leaders of Earth considered the new information then decided that it was of little consequence if the mercenary had survived or not. They had bigger fish to fry. The Nirvana was now being dragged heading toward a point in which their new Tekkaman were waiting, along with another surprise. Soon, the only obstacles to the harvest operation would be eliminated. All they had to do was wait. The Nirvana. 3 queens. Vaskagni said as she laid down her hand. Slade sighed as he laid down his hand. The head supplier shook her head while smiling when she saw it. He had a king of hearts, a 2 of diamonds, a 2 of spades and a 2 of clubs. 3 twos, eh? Oh well. She began reaching for the poker chips, but was stopped when Slade placed a hand on hers. Not so fast. Now, naughty boy. 3 queens beats 3 deuces. Don't be a sore loser. Slade then smirked as he said, "It's Slade, naughty boy. And who's being a sore loser? Take another look." He then revealed a card that was under the 2 of clubs. It was a card with a funny-looking clown on its surface. What a joker. Vaskagni's eyes widened in disbelief. And that gives me 4 of a kind. I win. The Tekkaman smiled in triumph as he raked in his winnings. I don't believe this. You actually beat me. I must be losing my touch. Vaskagni thought. Slade shrugged while smiling. Well, after losing 1,000,000 times in a row, I had to get the hang of this game sooner or later. Besides, after all those times that I lost, I picked up on a few things about you, which are dead giveaways on how you play. Oh, and here I thought I had the poker face down pat. Well, you're good, but you do have a bit of a habit of playing with your left earring whenever you have a potentially good hand. You also tend to tap your right foot slightly whenever you decide to draw some new cards. Your left eye just twitches ever so slowly whenever you decide to bluff. Vaskagni considered his words for a moment, then nodded. I'm impressed, D-boy. You learned how to read your opponent's body language. She then added a bit of a stinging jab, though with a cheerful grin. And it only took you 9 months to win 1 game. Slade chuckled with a sheepish grin. I may be really slow when it comes to learning cards, but I do learn. Good. The muscular woman nodded as she watched Slade shuffle the cards for the first time since he came aboard the Nirvana. Now that I've got myself a worthy opponent, it's time for me to stop playing around and get more serious. Slade developed a very large sweat drop before dealing out the cards. Maybe I should have let her win. Later, Slade sighed as he walked back to his quarters. Vaskagni wasn't kidding when she said was going to play more seriously from now on. After her first upset, she went on to beat him 20 games straight. He had only managed to win 2 more hands after that before he decided to call it quits. On a whim, he decided to change direction and take a stroll through the biopark. As he walked along the bank of the artificial lake, he noticed a certain someone standing near the edge of the water. Doc? The good physician had been deep in contemplation when he heard his voice. He turned and nodded to the Tekkaman as he approached. Slade, I was just thinking about going to see you. Oh? Well, I guess I saved you the trip. Slade stood beside the physician and looked out toward the water. So what did you want to talk to me about? It's about... How should I put it? Just say it. Slade said firmly. Guero took a deep breath, then said, although I now know the basics on natural procreation, I still feel that I am lacking in certain areas. Doc, give it to me straight. Forget all that scientific mumbo-jumbo and don't beat around the bush. Slade stated with some irritation. Beat around the bush? What does physical violence to vegetation have to do? Never mind that. Just say it. Guero paused for a long while and then finally asked his question. How do I go about handling a girl who wants to have sex with me? Though the Tekkaman had a feeling that McFile's question would pertain to his new discovery about male-slash-female relations, it was still quite a shock to actually hear the good doctor ask him about such a personal subject. What was more unnerving was that he was at a loss to answer. Meanwhile, estimated time of arrival of the Nirvana to this sector, a certain individual Astasi and his comrades rode in the belly of one of Earth's motherships. Approximately 1 hour. One of his associates replied, and our new weapon? Oh, I do not think it would be necessary. It is primed and ready, as are we. Final orders? Destroy them all. The Nirvana. What the hell brought this on? Slade asked as Guero developed a very deep blush on his cheeks. That fact alone constituted as unusual. Well, the physician began slowly as he attempted to put his thoughts into words. It's because of a certain incident that happened to me. Flashback to his quarters. Guero nodded as he replied to the door signal, which meant that someone was waiting on the other side. Enter. Hi Guero. He nodded to the familiar voice and turned around. Hello Par. Fat? Guero stopped in mid-greeting as he saw the Nirvana's engineer, in a low-cut dress and high heels. By most standards, Parfat was considered to have a petite figure, with her small stature and slender frame. With her hair usually done up into thick braids and her oversized spectacles, her normal appearance was considered as average and rather plain, until one took a closer look. For the Tarak doctor, he had always put his patient's health before their outward appearance, but he never truly realized the hidden beauty of the quiet girl. Until now. The brown-haired female was wearing a set of high-heeled pumps which increased her height by about 3 inches. The top of her head now came to Guero's shoulders. Though the physician thought that the footwear was improper and seemed extremely uncomfortable, at same time, he thought this somehow made her more elegant. Once again, she had let her hair down and wasn't wearing her glasses. This time he noticed that she had a very striking pair of green eyes. Without those oversized lenses, her face seemed softer. Since she didn't bump into the doorway on her way in and her eyes were not squinting, he correctly assumed that she was wearing contacts. Then the Tarak male saw that the slit on one side of her red silk dress, though for the life of him, He couldn't understand why it was there, allowed him a good view of her left calf. His gaze traveled up and he couldn't help but notice how tiny her waist was. Then he saw that the front of her dress was cut low, allowing him a good view of her. I've seen them before, but I never realized that they were so. It must be the dress. Poirot swallowed hard and shook his head, trying to sort out the jumbled mess his mental faculties had just become. Why did it feel so hot all of a sudden? Taking a deep breath, he quickly stood up and asked, "Perfect, what brings you here?" The engineer took on a bit of a coy, yet shy expression as she took a few tentative steps toward him with her hands behind her back. She tried to look as demure as possible. Poirot just found it to be puzzling. "Well, I wanted to see you." "Well, you could have come to the sick bay and—" "No, I don't mean to see you like that." Perfect then began to unconsciously twiddle her fingers. "I meant, see you. I'm not too sure that I understand." "Well, I kind of thought we might, kind of go out together. Maybe take a stroll in the biopark." Poirot was taken completely by surprise by Perfect's sudden initiative. She had always been such a quiet, unassuming individual. Then he began to recall what Slade had told him about the ritual that he called a date. He cleared his voice and said, "Are you inviting me to go on a date?" Perfect's blush became even redder as she bowed her head a little. "You know what a date is?" "Well, Slade did mention it to me before, and I do know of some couples on Tarak who do go on outings with each other. So, you want to go out with me?" Yeah. So do you want to?" Before Poirot could answer, there was another ring at his door. By reflex, he bid for the person to enter, and who should be standing at the entrance, but a certain dread pilot, dressed in an outfit that could have been part of Jura's wardrobe, and it wouldn't have been surprising if she had borrowed it from her. Barnett was decked out in a variation of a halter top with flaring long sleeves and skin-tight leggings that hugged at her hips, derriere, and legs. Her abdomen was bare, which gave both Perfect and the doctor a good view of her flat tummy and well-shaped abdominal muscles. The top cradled her breasts and it seemed as if her bosom was about to burst from its confines. In her hands was a tray of food that she had just prepared. "Hi. I just whipped up a new recipe and I thought you'd like to try." It was at that moment that Barnett's eyes locked with Perfect's. The two girls simultaneously looked at each other's appearance and said at the exact same moment, "What are you doing here?" End of flashback. After that, things became intense. Poirot finished. Slade had a very large sweat drop after the physician had finished with his story. He began having flashbacks of his own encounters with Jura, Mia and Ida. "You too? Oh, excuse me." So I took a deep sigh then motioned for Poirot to sit down beside him near the bank of the biopark's lake. This was going to take a while. A little later. It's still hard for me to accept the fact that both Barnett and Perfect wish to become more intimate with me. Yeah, well, this isn't the kind of thing that most people are prepared for. Slade replied, then noted Poirot's hesitancy. I know you're unsure about all this. Heck, I know all about it and it still makes me uncomfortable sometimes, even though a big part of me is telling me, given stupid. And with Magno not telling me to go for it, you're going after me with gusto, Mia wearing dresses, Dinah and Misty going at each other's throats, and Yukio and Shanta giving me really funny looks. I'm being pushed to my limit. Poirot nodded. It's a kind of feeling that I had never felt before. Usually, whenever I come across a problem of a biological nature, I can analyze it and have it tested. But with this kind of thing isn't an exact science, Doc, because it deals with the heart, not the head. And it really doesn't make it easier when you feel for the person, or in this case people, in question, right? Yes. I feel somewhat torn. If I were to respond to the overtures of one girl, then the other might feel as if she had been rejected. And I could not think of causing either one of them any sadness. They've both become important to me. Really? Yes. You see, when I first came aboard the Nirvana, not many of the females would even come close to me, except for Perfect. She was the only one who was willing to spend time with me and helped me become a part of the crew. Then after that mission on that desert world, Barnet has become, how do I put it, more amicable toward me. Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise to everyone, considering that she started a mutiny over her hatred of men. What exactly happened out there during those 2 days? Poirot blushed again, as he was about to reply. It was at that moment that the battle alert sounded. Both men sighed as they got up to head to their stations. We'll pick up this conversation later, Doc, on the bridge of the Nirvana. Report. Magno commanded as she and her first officer gazed upon the main monitor. Celtic Midori nodded as she replied. Enemy formation consists of several dozens of cube fighters, 30 or so siege ships and 1 battle cruiser. This made the entire bridge crew shudder as they remembered back to when they had faced off against one of those behemoths. Inside the navigation well, Bart Garces began to break out into a cold sweat. In the captain's chair, Magno began getting that feeling that something was just not right. They were certainly facing off against formidable numbers and another one of those Earth motherships, but she couldn't help but suspect that the harvesters had something up their demented sleeves. Earth. Battlecruiser A4 has just encountered the Nirvana. One of the council members declared. The head of the council nodded. Destroy them all. Deep within the bowels of the planet that had once been the homeworld of all humankind, the counterpart of the Nirvana's pixies glowed inside a huge vessel. Its energies pulsated in a kind of erratic pattern as it sensed the coming conflict with its other half. Like the Nirvana's pixies, the Harvesters also had its own mysteries. For the past few centuries, it had been obeying its Earth Masters without question, ever since it had been wrested first from its original owners, the Radam, then from the Radam's conquerors. However, the harvesters had no real inkling of the pixie's primary objective as the ancient essence within its crystalline structure continued to grow in power. For now, it would do as the harvesters commanded as their goals coincided with its own. But afterwards, the Nirvana, Slade, wake up. The Tekkaman turned to face Jura as the blonde dread pilot came up to him in the main hangar. What is it, Jura? We're on battle alert. I need to talk to you. Barnet's friend said as she took a deep breath and collected her thoughts. Make it quick. We're supposed to be in formation with the others. All right. We've been through a lot, haven't we? Well, yeah, we all have. Look, can't this wait until... No, please. Let me finish. You know how much I want to have a baby. Your baby. Oh no, not this again. Look, I know how much having a baby by a man would mean to you and all. But this is no time to think about becoming famous or... Number, huh? Jura took on a more determined expression. I said number, that's not the reason why I want a baby. Now. But I thought... Well, you thought wrong. I may have wanted a baby from a man for that reason in the beginning, but now... I want a baby from you because... Jura became a bit hesitant as her thoughts went back to a certain conversation she had with the captain. Flashback. Magno chuckled after Jura had finished describing her last encounter with Slade. The blonde pilot was somewhat embarrassed and confused at the entire ordeal. What's so funny? Forgive me, Jura. I was just imagining the look on D-Boy's face when you tried to follow your natural instincts. My natural instincts? Magno nodded as she took a deep breath. Jura, when you found out about the truth between men and women, what did you think of it? Well, Jura's cheeks took on a pink tinge as she remembered the video. It was very interesting and the older woman pressed, and I couldn't stop thinking about it and I kept seeing myself and Slade doing it. She said the last in a barely audible whisper. So you didn't find it disgusting or repulsive? When Jura shook her head, Magno nodded. So why did you want to do it with Slade? Because that's how babies were made between men and women and... Jura began to twiddle her fingers nervously. It looked like it was pleasurable. Well, yes, it usually is. But why do you want a baby with Slade? You can get either the doctor or Bart to assist you. No, it must be Slade's, Jura said resolutely. Magno was taken aback by Jura's reply, then smiled again. Well, and why must it be his? Because, yes. Jura paused for a long time as she pondered why she was so determined to have Slade's baby, when it could have been easier to simply ask for Dwero or Bart's seed. She just couldn't think of using any other man's seed. Finally, she answered, I don't know why I want to have only his baby. I just know. And I really want it. More than anything else. Jura paused again, then nodded. I see. Magno's smile became a little more prominent. I must say that things had gotten very interesting since he and the other men came aboard. So, what can I do? I've tried to get him to, you know, but he keeps on turning me away. The last time, I thought he would. But, before I give you any advice on this problem, I must ask you a few questions, Jura, and you must answer me honestly. First of all, what do you think of Slade? How does he make you feel? Jura did a lot of hemming and hawing before her captain pressed her to reply. It's funny, you know. When he first came on board, I thought of him as just like any other man. I thought I'd always chasing him was stupid and I didn't think much of him. He can be bossy, harsh and abrasive at times, but he kind of grew on me. He's always given me support when I needed it. He's talented and he's brave. He always fought by our side and, when he kissed me that first time, I felt something that I never felt before. Can a woman actually feel that way for a man? Yes, she can. So do you like him a lot? Yes. I really like him a lot now. You like him enough to want to spend the rest of your life with. What do you mean? Come now, Jura. If you were to have his baby, then don't you think you would want to take part in raising that child? And making a child between a man and woman is not as simple, since that baby will not only be a part of you, but a part of him as well. It's extremely emotional. Far more so than the artificial means, in which babies are born on Megele and Tarak. I believe I know enough about the boy to think that he would take his position as an Oma, or should I say father, very seriously. Jura considered Magno's words for a long time. She then said with a slight smile, you know, having Slade by my side for the rest of my life wouldn't be so bad. Actually, I would welcome it. She shook her head in frustration then bowed her head. In a quiet voice, she added, I'm so confused, Captain. She then raised her head to face the elderly woman with some slight moisture in her eyes. I shouldn't even be thinking of this, but I can't stop. I want Slade's baby. I want him. What's wrong with me? She felt the tears begin to roll down her cheeks. The ancient pirate captain reached over to bring her clothes and gave her a gentle hug. She then patted Jura's shoulder to console her, then brought her back out to arm's length with a motherly expression on her face. There's nothing wrong with you, Jura. You're just starting to rediscover what was lost more than 100 years ago. I'm also seeing signs of it with some of the other girls as well. From the looks of things, I'd say you're feeling this way about Slade because... End of flashback. Because of what, Jura? Slade's prodding brought the blonde back to reality as she looked up at the Tekkaman. Before she could answer, another alarm went off, signaling that the harvester attack had begun and that all pilots were needed to fend them off. Jura turned about and ran toward her dread. As she departed, she called back to Slade. It's nothing. We'll talk after the battle. Slade shook his head as he ran off toward the nearest airlock. Jura watched him go from the cockpit of her dread as she prepared to launch. I won't say it. Not just yet. Mia gritted her teeth as her dread banked hard to evade a group of cube fighters. She let loose with a blast from her forward lasers, vaporizing a pair of the enemy units. She looked about in the background of stars, missile trails, energy bolts, explosions and fighters of both sides. She saw several of her wingmates and vanguards taking on the waves of cube fighters. There no sign of a certain Crimson Dread, an enhanced vanguard or a Tekkaman. Just then, out of the corner of her right eye, she saw a flash of emerald green emerge from the nirvana. It's about time. Slade transformed to his Tekkaman form and began engaging the enemy. A minute later, Jura's dread came onto the scene along with Pega's close behind. Where were you? Sorry about the delay. Slade apologized as he slashed through 5 cube fighters, then began directing the warrior squadron with certain signals. Using his lance, the female vanguard pilots understood his commands and began flying in looping patterns. A large number of cube fighters began to become confused by the sudden change of tactics and soon began to become massed in one section of space. The dread pilots immediately caught on to the new maneuvers and began positioning themselves on either side of the gathering of enemy ships. When they were sufficiently bunched up, the vanguards broke away from them, and that's when Slade came charging toward them on Pegas. His shoulder units rose and he opened fire. GOLDKK. The quantum energy-powered beam tore through the ranks of harvester units and reduced them to scrap. Those that managed to evade obliteration found themselves in the gun sights of the dreads and vanguards. More were blasted into oblivion as a path toward the Earth mothership was made. Mia saw the route that Slade had made and pounced on the opportunity. She contacted Dinah, Barnett, and Jura and began leading in delta formation toward their objective. Slade, Pegas and the warrior squadron followed close behind with the other dreads providing cover. Behind them, the nirvana started firing as well. On the bridge of the pirate vessel, the crew were happy to see that their side was winning. However, both the captain and her first officer were suspicious. No. This is too easy. Magno said as she watched the Nirvana's fighters take to the offensive. BC nodded. Yes. The Earth mothership isn't firing back. Only the other ships are defending. It would have never let our fighters get this close to it. It took just about everything we had to destroy the first one. And after that battle, I would have expected the Earth forces to have developed countermeasures to our tactics and the upgraded Tekkadreads. It's almost as if they want our fighters closer, as if they were luring them into. At that moment, Misty gasped as her sensors detected a huge energy surge coming from the Earth battle cruiser. All fighters break formation. Mia cried out as she saw the bow of the Earth mothership begin to glow. The dreads and van types immediately scattered and the Tekkaman rejoined with his Tekkapod to prepare for a destructive barrage. However, instead of a wave of destructive energy being released, the front instead split open. Like a huge whale opening its maw, The huge battleship's face became exposed. The remaining cube fighters and siege ships distanced themselves from it as something began to emerge from the inside. On the bridge of the battleship, the commander of the forces growled as he turned to his comrades. "I still don't know why we even brought this thing," one of his associates commented. "Between the three of us and the power of the fleet, we could have easily wiped them all out." The commander snorted as he responded, "HMPF. Those pompous leaders wanted to see their new toy in action. So we'll just let it soften them up before we eradicate them all from the face of the universe." "Jusenkyo," Slade cried out as he sped toward her dread. The blonde pirate nodded as she directed her fighter to rendezvous with the Tekkaman. In a flash of light, the two fused together to form Tekkadread. The crab immediately put up its planet-protecting barrier to its utmost intensity as both Slade and Jura braced for the worst. Nearly all of the Dreads and Vandreads were within the shield. Suddenly, a huge beam of purest crimson was fired from within the bowels of the Earth mothership and struck the barrier, causing massive power surges to occur within it. Dreads and Vandreads alike were tossed about like pieces of driftwood in an ocean during a raging storm. However, the most damage was received by Tekkadread as both pilots were subjected to pain on an unimaginable level. Slade and Jura screamed out as their bodies were flooded with energy, and finally, the Tekkadread was torn apart. Jura found herself back inside her dread while Slade was sent flying away in his Tekkaman form. The Nirvana's forces were thrown into a state of disarray as the barrier disappeared, leaving them exposed to their enemies. "No! Was that an irrevocably?" Tuzum started to break out in a cold sweat after witnessing the horrifying and familiar scene. Was Saber still alive? However, nothing could have prepared her or the rest of the crew, as the objects that had been inside the Earth ship finally came into view. "It's impossible," Mia gasped as she and the other fighters witnessed the unthinkable. The thing was ugly, no doubt about it. Its lines bespoke of a darkness unlike anything they had ever seen before. However, what was most disturbing about it was that it had been modeled after their own ship, the Nirvana. Unlike the original, the doppelganger sported a red crystal center between the upper and lower sections of the ship, and its hull was a dark black. The pilots all felt the sensation of déjà vu as the enemy had once again copied their advantages and perverted them. The false Nirvana's hull opened up to reveal hundreds of gun ports, similar to the ones that Bart controlled. In less than a heartbeat, the Earth's newest weapon opened fire, and released hundreds of lancing beams which looped and curved like scarlet ribbons. Not one of the pirate fighters had been able to evade the barrage without getting hit. Several of them were immediately put out of action. Then its main weapon began to charge up. The red center glowed briefly like a miniature sun, then let loose with another devastating blast, this time aiming for the Nirvana. Evasive action. Hard to port, 30 degrees. Magna barked. Bart tried to comply, but he was a nanosecond too slow, and the enormous anti-voltiker beam clipped the right flank of the ship. The vessel shuddered from the impact as the beam easily tore through the defensive screens and ripped across the hull. The navigator let off a scream of agony as a huge gash appeared on his right side. The Nirvana began listing to one side from its wound. Energy grids began to fluctuate as systems began rerouting power to deal with the damage. In the engineering section, Parfait and her team were frantically trying to deal with the damage reports which were coming from all sections of the ship. The most crucial problems dealt with the large rupture in the hull and maintaining life support. At one attack had badly injured the Nirvana and its enemy wasn't going to stop. After seeing the enemy inflict a near-fatal blow to the ship, the defenders threw themselves against the fake Nirvana. Slade rowed his Tekkapod toward the pseudo-pirate ship, while preparing to let loose with everything he had. Suddenly, the Earth mothership released several of its copies of the Tekkadreads to protect the Harvester's newest weapon. The Tekkaman growled as he launched himself off the back of Pegasus and transformed into his Tekkaman battle mode. At the same time, Pegasus went through its own transformation and joined with its master to form a comet of mind-boggling power. The pair plowed through their adversaries, blowing away three grotesque versions of Tekkadread, Mia and Jura. The other Dread fighters and Van types began concentrating their efforts on the main duplicate of their forces, but with an Earth mothership and at least a dozen or so Tekkadread copies backing it up, the female pilots found themselves being put on the defensive. No more experienced and better armed than from their earlier battles, the pirates were overwhelmingly outmatched in terms of numbers and firepower. They were more used to fast strike tactics, not pitched battles. And it didn't help matters as the Nirvana clone continued taking pot shots at the original. Bart screamed again as a glancing blast to the secondary hull of the Nirvana made the vessel shudder again, rocking its inhabitants and causing more systems to go offline or malfunction. Sirens and warning lights blinked across his control surfaces, and damage and casualty reports kept on coming. He wished he could just tune out everything, but since he was the only one who could navigate the ship, he had to maintain his post in the navigation well. He tried to fire back at the attackers, but the weapon systems of the ship were only operating at less than 50% after that first devastating attack. Power had to be diverted to the shields and life support. He could take out the smaller enemy units, but destroying the Nirvana's clone or the Earth battle cruiser was out of the question. On the bridge, Magna was also wishing she could tune out everything and focus on getting her crew through of this situation alive, but there seemed to be no way out. Her heart wrenched with emotion as she continued to receive reports on the punishment her ship and crew were taking. Down in the engineering section, amid the chaos and damaged surroundings, Parfait became very worried as the Pixie's reactor began glowing erratically. Instead of its usual green-white light and constant hum, the huge crystal seemed to exhibit signs of pain. Flashes of red light darted across its surface in angry patterns. It was as if it was feeling each of the anti-voltical blasts on its hull, like a person being stabbed by a red-hot knife. She could almost swear to be hearing cries of anguish as the ship continued to be tortured. Perfect. We've got some hull breaches on decks 14 and 9. One of her staff cried out. Make sure there's nobody there and seal them off. Perfect called back. I don't think we can take much more of this. Don't worry. The ship will hold together. Perfect assured as she gazed with deep concern at the pixies. You hear me, pixies? Hold together. Two in the sick bay? Poirot found himself in the absolute worst-case scenario a doctor could face in a combat situation. Though he had trained for this kind of eventuality, he was still very apprehensive as more injured crew members were brought into the infirmary. His medical skills and control under fire were pushed to their limits, as he began to fear that the sick bay would soon be overtaxed and that there wouldn't be enough supplies to help them all. The Tarak doctor and his Megele nurse pressed on however as the situation worsened. Poirot had yet to lose a patient, with the exception of Slade, but he came back to life, and he was not willing to lose any now. MIA. This isn't working. Slade cried out as he and Pegasus dispatched another of the copy Tekkadreads, but the rest kept on coming. He was getting tired and was already in pain from that first anti-voltical blast. The blue-haired dread leader nodded as she, Jura, Ida and Barnett were picked up by Gascogne's supply ship to be rearmed and refueled. At this rate, the pirates would not last long. As her fighter was being serviced, she checked out her tactical displays and decided that the best plan was to take out that new weapon of the harvesters. Their forces seemed to be concentrating on protecting and supporting it, while it continued to fire on the Nirvana. Slade, get ready to combine with my dread and Pegasus. We're going to ram right down that fake's throat. Jura, Ida, Barnett, we're going to need you to cover us. Can you really break through that? Ida asked as the Nirvana clone began advancing toward the pirate vessel with the Earth mothership close behind. Only one way to find out. At that point, all four dreads separated from Gascogne's vessel and began charging toward their objective. Coming up, Slade and Pegasus flew toward them and met up with the dread leader's craft in seconds. In a bright flare of light, Tekkadread was formed. Then the Tekkapod linked up to form Tekkadread X. The Phoenix Mech blazed forward in a corona of energy that resembled flames. Enemy craft were obliterated in its wake as it dived toward the Nirvana's dark counterpart. However, the new weapon had one more trick in its hidden arsenal as it suddenly stopped in its advance. To the amazement and horror of all those present, the ship began changing its form. Sections of its hull began retracting in some places, while extending in others. The overall shape became more longitudinal as the vessel became larger and more robust until finally, it had transformed itself into a completely different format. The red center was now in a chest housing as clawed hands and feet were formed. The front of the vessel relocated to what looked like a head and the secondary hull had become the body. The dark Nirvana had just transformed into a giant version of a Tekkaman. No. It can't be. Mia gasped as she and Slade stared in sheer disbelief. Even the original Nirvana couldn't do that. The now transformed Nirvana copy began charging up its primary weapon as Tekkadread Mia X continued to charge. The chest glowed briefly, then released a massive blast that would have atomized its attacker. However, Slade and Mia knew that they wouldn't survive such a counterattack and managed to veer away, but not completely. Instead of a direct hit, the merged vessel received a glancing shot. But even a partial impact from such a beam was enough to force Slade and Pegasus to separate from Mia's dread. What was even worse was that the other dreads who had been covering them were also in the line of fire. Ida and Barnet managed to bank sharply to avoid being annihilated, but Juro was a microsecond slower. As a result, her fighter was hit near its main thrusters and was sent careening out of control. J.U.H.A. Barnet and Ida cried out as they watched their wingmate tumble erratically in space. Slade, though now badly injured, desperately sped toward the stricken dread with an equally damaged Tekkapod following behind him. He had to reach her and combine with her dread before the Nirvana duplicate could finish the job. Tekkadread Jura's shield had not been enough to protect them before, but perhaps the power of Tekkadread Jura X would be sufficient. He could only hope that the blonde pilot was still conscious in order to combine. In another blinding flash of light, Tekkaman and Dread became one. Inside the circular cockpit, Slade was alarmed to see the state of his company pilot. Jura had a bloody gash on her forehead and her clothes were ripped and stained with a few crimson blotches. Her hair was frazzled and she was sporting several bruises and cuts on her body. Her breathing was heavy and labored. She looked as if she was about to collapse. Jura. The blonde gave Slade a weak smile, then coughed a bit before taking on a determined expression. Let's do it. Though he wanted to retreat and get her immediate medical attention, the former Sodom knew that there was no time. Cube fighters and seed ships were converging on their position and the giant harvester transformer was powering up for a final, lethal assault. PGAs, combine. Slade immediately hit the red button to transform the crab into the tiger as the Tekkabot came in to assist. Once locked into place, the entire vessel shuddered as it underwent its third transformation and became the cat warrior Mecha. It barely had enough time to power up its reflector shield when the enemy forces opened fire. The circular defensive barrier took the brunt of the super-powered anti-voltiker, plus the shots of the other harvester ships. For one brief moment, it looked as if it would absorb all of that destructive power, but just as it began to reflect it back toward the enemy, the shield buckled and failed. Tekkadread Jura X was blasted backward and was sent reeling. Pieces of it came flying off as it tumbled chaotically. Inside the cockpit, both pilots cried out as energy surges ripped through them and relays were blown. Fragments of metal and plastics went ricocheting about like shrapnel and that was when Slade heard someone scream. Jusenkyo. Though the shield had failed to protect against the assault, it did however, manage to reflect enough of the energy back at the enemy. The Nirvana doppelganger was taken by surprise as its anti-voltiker beam rebounded back towards its chest. Being larger than any of the smaller fighters, it was unable to dodge in time and received a direct hit. The resulting explosion sent energy shockwaves all around, driving back the enemy forces and giving the pirates time to fall back and regroup. The disturbances were so great that even the Earth mothership paused in its advance. The enhanced Tekkadread violently came apart into its three main components and Slade was once again clad in his armor. It was now so badly broken and dented that he knew that he couldn't fight anymore. Pegasus was now inoperative, after being forced to shut down during the separation to minimize further damage. It was at point that Slade noticed Jura's battered dread was now drifting helplessly. Jusenkyo. Answer me. When there was no response, he desperately summoned up the will to bring his thrusters back online and flew toward the inert fighter. A moment later, Gascogne's ship came about and used its grappling arms to grab hold of Jura's fighter, the Tekkapod and Slade. The head supplier then turned about and sped back toward the Nirvana. At the same time, the pirate forces also began retreating. On the bridge of the ship, everyone was surprised when Bart was suddenly ejected out of the navigational well. "I didn't order you to leave," Magno said sternly. The now-clothed Tarak navigator shook his head in confusion. "I didn't do it. The ship just did it on its own, and now it's piloting itself." Parfax stared in awe and puzzlement as the pixie's surface flickered with a kind of erratic and nervous light. She didn't know how it had suddenly seized control, but a small part of her was beginning to think that the crystal was behaving almost as if it were alive. The ship was acting like a small child who had just gotten beaten up by a big bully and was now running scared. She began remembering back to her philosophy that all things that moved were to be treated like living things. Could that also apply to the pixies? "You're frightened, aren't you?" On board the Earth flagship, the three newly created Tekkaman watched them as their enemies fled. The most irritating thing was that they couldn't go after them at the moment. HMPF. "It looks like the Master's new weapon wasn't all that it was cracked up to be," Axe scoffed. "It was only a fluke that the reflected anti-voltiker had caused an hyper-intense electromagnetic pulse." Rapier countered. "It caused all of our navigational systems to become temporarily scrambled. It will only take a few hours to recalibrate the systems. I still think we should have taken care of those pirates ourselves," Axe maintained. Lance held up a hand to silence his two compatriots. "Do not worry. They won't get very far with the damages they sustained. We will soon be underway again and next time, we will succeed, where that useless saber had failed. The Nirvana can run, but it can't hide." As the pirate ship limped toward the center of a gaseous nebula to lick its wounds, there was a great flurry of activity in the sick bay as a badly hurt Slade entered. His eyes were moist as tears began to stream down in his cheeks. In his arms, he cradled the unconscious and battered form of Jura Basil Eldon. Blood continued to flow from her head wound as well as from several other cuts and lacerations. Puero and Pilei gazed upon her with shock as the Tekkaman gently laid her down on the operating table. Immediately, they began to work on stabilizing her condition as Slade could only stand with a blank expression on his face. "Save her, Doc. Save her." A few hours later, Puero exited the sick bay to a crowd of worried people, who began to bombard him with questions about the status of their fallen comrade. Among them were Dinah, Barnett, Mia and Puro. After getting everyone to calm down, he assured everyone that the operation was a success and that Jura would pull through. As sighs of relief echoed throughout the hallway, the doctor excused himself to go see the captain and told everyone to let Jura rest. Standing nearby, Slade had a bandage wrapped about his head and most of his upper torso was also bound with sterile dressing. He was also glad to hear that Jura would survive, but became curious as to what the doctor wanted to discuss with the captain. He decided to secretly follow him. A few minutes later, Puero came aboard the bridge and began informing Magno and BC of the casualties they had sustained. Miraculously, there had been no fatalities, though a few of the patients would have to be put in intensive care for some time. Near the doorway of the bridge, Slade began eavesdropping on their conversation. What he heard next shook him to the very core. "It's good to hear that no one was lost," Magno said with a smile. The doctor took on a more somber expression as he cleared his voice and took a deep breath. "Yes, no one died. However, Puzo pressed. However, I'm afraid that a few of the crew had received some very serious injuries and one in particular." Magno's expression hardened as she began to suspect whom Puero was indicating. She had read the injured list. "Jura?" "Yes. I am sorry to say that she had suffered an injury, in which she may never recover from." "What is it?" "She had received not only a concussion and severe lacerations to her limbs, as well as massive blood loss, but both she and Slade had been subjected to high amounts of electromagnetic waves. Their bodies had been pierced by dozens of metallic slivers and plastic shards. I managed to remove them all, but the damage was already done." Slade pulled through. Due to his extraordinary constitution and recuperation abilities, I expect him to make a full recovery. "But Jura?" "But what?" "Jura, unfortunately, was damaged in a certain area in which I was unfamiliar with when I first joined this crew. The debris and radiation pulses had injured her reproductive organs." "What?" Both women cried out at the same time. The rest of the bridge crew were also stunned. Puero became a bit uncomfortable, but continued with his explanations. "Jura's abdomen was badly cut up and I had to perform some reconstructive surgery. She won't have any scars or disfigurements and will live, but her ovaries were so badly irradiated and damaged that they're no longer producing any eggs. I'm sorry to say, but Juro will never be able to bear children. Slade was rendered speechless as Tuero's words echoed inside his head. He realized that this news would devastate Juro. He began remembering back to his last conversation with her. Flashback. Juro, you know how much I want to have a baby. Your baby. Slade. Oh no, not this again. Look, I know how much having a baby by a man would mean to you and all, but this is no time to think about becoming famous or... Juro, number Slade. Huh? Juro, I said number, that's not the reason why I want a baby. Now. Slade, but I thought... Juro, well, you thought wrong. I may have wanted a baby from a man for that reason in the beginning, but now, I want a baby from you because... Endo flashback. Because of what? If it wasn't to become famous, then why did she want to have my baby? It doesn't make sense. And... Wait a minute. Did she want me baby because she... Slade trembled as he began to think of the only other reason she would want his child. Ever since they had returned from that desert world, Juro had started to become less of a vain snob and more understanding, and... No way. She couldn't want a baby because she... Could she? To be continued. Author's notes. Whoa! That was a long one, and this chapter isn't over yet. Stay tuned for part 3 as the Nirvana must deal with these new enemies, and we'll also be getting some new surprises as well. 1. I got this expression from one of my pre-readers. 2. Guess where I got that one? Circumflex accent underscore circumflex accent asterisk chapter 12 asterisk chapter 6 part 3, ending with a new Tekkadread the second stage disclaimer. Vandread, Tekkaman, Blade and Ranma 1/2 characters aren't mine, and you know the rest. Thoughts Chapter 6 Part 3 ... ending with a new Slade sighed as he walked toward the sick bay. It had been 5 hours since the Nirvana had retreated into the gaseous nebula after its disastrous encounter with the Harvesters and their newest weapon. Many of the hallways were dimly lit via the emergency lights, as Parfait had been forced to shut down many of the systems for repair and to save power. The darkened environment sweetened his mood just fine as he thought back to what Tuero had revealed about Juro. Flashback. Juro's abdomen was badly cut up and I had to perform some reconstructive surgery. She won't have any scars or disfigurements and will live, but her ovaries were so badly irradiated and damaged that they're no longer producing any eggs. I'm sorry to say, but Juro will never be able to bear children. End of flashback. Never. Tag children. That particular thought echoed in Slade's mind as he continued down the corridor. The former Shoto knew that Juro would be devastated when she was told, if Tuero hadn't already informed her. Slade found it all to be totally ironic. If he had given in to Juro's pleading, and had gotten her pregnant, then the child wouldn't have survived that last battle. Its death would have shattered him, had it occurred. One of the main reasons why he had refused Jura's request for his seed was that making a baby the natural way was very personal, and ties of blood were extremely important. A baby would have represented a part of him, and having no family of his own to speak of, he would have done everything he could to be the best father. Whenever he tried to remember his own father, he would always get feelings of disgust and resentment, and he could never figure out why. And if he were to become the father of Jura's child, then what kind of mother would Jura make? Slade had been noticing her more recent changes in behavior, and deep down, he had a feeling that she might make a good parent. She was sometimes flighty and didn't take her responsibilities seriously, but whenever the chips were down, she could always be counted on. Then again, some of the other girls who had approached him on the matter of having his children would also be good candidates for motherhood. He had no doubt that Dinah would be more than eager to be the mother of his offspring, with her fascination about aliens and Mr. Alien in particular. However, she was honest, caring, and was a good cook. At times, she was a bit of an airhead, but her innocence and enthusiasm were refreshing whenever things were gloomy. The Tekkaman chuckled a bit when he thought about producing a child between them. I guess she'd name it Mr. Alien 1/2 or something, he thought. Then there was Mia. Now he wasn't too certain about her, especially with her changes in behavior of late. He wasn't even sure of how she really felt about him, and seeing her in that dress had thrown him for the proverbial loop. At first, she had been hostile toward him, which gradually evolved into grudging respect, then to tentative friendship and camaraderie. Now, it was difficult to describe their relationship. With her sudden interest about his personal life, he had begun to get the gut feeling that she wanted something from him, or at least some kind of confirmation about something that he couldn't put his finger on. When she had shown up in that dress, she looked as if she were waiting for some kind of approval from him. He had never seen a normally direct and certain Dread leader to be doubtful about anything. This uncertainty was unnerving both to her and him. But she couldn't been after the same thing that Jura wanted. Could she? Then there was Yukio and Shanpu. He had been avoiding them as of late, and as a result, they had been trying to spend more time with him. Shanpu had begun insisting that he lead the training exercises with her, while Yukio kept on trying to work on the same shifts at the register with him. Slade sighed, as he needed to straighten things out. On a whim, he decided to head for the cafeteria, before visiting Jura. He needed to think about what to do about the Harvester fleet first, before dealing with his girl problems. As he entered the eating area, he was a little surprised to see Ezra sitting at a table, feeding her daughter from a bottle. As the Tekkaman entered the otherwise empty area, the young mother looked up and smiled at him. "Oh, hello, Slade." The space warrior took a deep breath and returned her smile while turning about to leave. "Hi, Ezra. You look busy, so I'll be going." "Oh no, please, it's all right," the gentle bridge operator assured as she gestured for him to sit beside her. "I'm never too busy for my friends, especially friends who saved my life and named my daughter. Slade chuckled a bit as he looked down at the baby girl he had named. She was so beautiful, and Ezra looked so joyful to hold that precious bundle. As he sat down, he reached out to stroke Nodoka's head. He marveled at how soft her skin was and how adorable she was. She had Ezra's eyes and hair. As he gazed upon the infant, his thoughts began to wander as flashes of his old life came to him. Once again he saw himself as a young child, being held by a kindly woman, which he assumed was his mother. However, he still couldn't focus on her face. Then he saw an image of Jura holding a dark-haired child with his features. He saw a girl replaced by Mia, then Dinah, and then Shanpu and Yukio. Finally, he saw an image of a wounded Jura, and Puero's words echoed once again in his mind. She'll never be able to bear children. Slade? What's wrong? Ezra asked as she noticed him becoming despondent. The space martial artist shook his head to clear it and replied, "It's nothing. I just was thinking about a few things." Ezra gazed upon the saddened fighter for a long while and there was nothing but silence in the cafeteria. Finally, she noticed that her daughter had finished her meal. Gently setting the bottle down, she placed her daughter against her shoulder and began to lightly pat her on the back. However, it seemed that Nodoka was having a bit of trouble, as she didn't burp. Slade noted her difficulty and reached out with a palm. "Here. This should do it." Locating the correct area on the baby's back, he pressed gently with his hand while rubbing slowly. "Pee-pee." Ezra smiled as Nodoka giggled. She then began to gently rock her child to sleep, while humming a lullaby. Once the little one was peacefully slumbering away, she nodded her head to the former Sodom. "Thank you, Slade. You seem to know a few things about children." Slade shrugged. "Yeah, well, I picked up some stuff before I ended up on Tarak. You'd make a wonderful Oma." The Tekkaman was taken by surprise by the compliment. "Well, I wouldn't say that, but..." "No, you would," she insisted. "Your children would be blessed to have you as their Oma. I mean father." Slade blushed a bit, then became saddened again as he thought of Jura. His head bowed down as he tried not to get too depressed about it, but it was impossible to do so. "I don't think I could make a good parent." "What kind of parent would put others at risk?" Ezra shook her head while holding up a hand. As she realized that he was becoming depressed over the recent battle, she decided to get him to understand that it hadn't been his fault. "Slade, you can't hold yourself responsible for what happened to Jura. Even you couldn't have known that she'd get so hurt that she couldn't have any children." Slade's head came up as he made eye contact with the young mother. How?" The kind and gentle girl gave him a knowing expression. "Word travels fast around here, and I can imagine just how devastated Jura must be feeling." The space gladiator nodded and let off a sad sigh. She wanted to be a mother so badly, and she wanted Emmy to be the father of her child. "I know. Before this happened, She had been coming to me, asking questions on how to care for a child and how I felt about being a mother. I told her that it was the most wonderful thing that ever happened to me. To actually hold Nodoka in my arms and knowing that a part of me is in her, made all the pain and troubles worth it. And now, she'll never experience it. He said sadly. It makes me feel kind of lousy that I turned her down, and it got me to thinking. About what? About my own life. I mean, even when you die, you'll still live on. Oh no, cop. For me, once I'm gone, that'll be it. There will be no legacy to leave for the future. And now, Jura doesn't have any legacy to leave either, since she can't have any children. I don't mean to sound selfish, but it would be nice to be remembered, at least in spirit. I just wish there was something more that I could do for her. Ezra nodded, then added, go to her, Slade. Go to Jura, and be there for her. Right now, she needs all the support she can get. I know that this must be hard for her, but as long as she knows that her friends are there for her, then she will overcome this. She's a strong person, Slade. She may act shallow and materialistic, but she's a lot tougher than she lets on, and I can't think of anyone better than you to give her the strength she needs. The sick day. Jura's eyes and cheeks were reddened from tears as she sat on her bed with her knees drawn up, her arms crossed over them and her head bowed down. Her long blonde hair draped over her face and shoulders. Wrapped around her forehead were white bandages, and her arms and lower abdomen were also dressed. The doctor had assured her that she would have no scars, but that was the least of her problems at the moment. As far as she was concerned, she wouldn't have cared if her entire body had been disfigured. She had been crying for some time after she regained consciousness and learned of her condition. As a precaution, Dwero had all things that were sharp removed from the intensive care ward, should the dread pilot become unstable in her grief, and become a danger to herself and others. He should have let me die. He should have let me die. That thought repeated in her head over and over, as she knew that her fondest dream would never come true. She had been damaged, beyond all hope. What good was she now? At that moment, the door to her room hissed open and Slade walked in. Mia, have you seen Mr. Alien? Dinah asked as she approached her superior. Currently, Mia was working on several strategies to combat the harvesters. She knew that it was only a matter of time before they would come after them, and the exercises also helped keep her mind off other events. Like Ezra, she too had heard about Jura's condition, which got her thinking back to her own harsh childhood and how shabbily she had treated her family. She remembered back to when her mother had asked if she had wanted to be an Oma, rather than a Fama. The idea of bearing children had never crossed her mind before, as she was always concerned with missions and leading the dread squadrons. Now the news of Jura never being able to have offspring got her to reconsider exactly what she wanted in life. She had been given a grim reminder of her own mortality and that nothing lasts forever. Once she was gone, that would be it. Would she even be remembered? Then she began thinking of her last meeting with Slade. What had possessed her to wear that dress? And why was knowing more about him so important to her? Slade was just a friend and a comrade in arms, and that was all. It's not as if he was the most crucial thing in her life, right? Right? And yet, she couldn't help but think of him more often. And when Juro went on about having child with a man's seed, particularly Slade's, she had started to consider her own relationship with him. Later, when the red-haired girl addressed her, she quickly put those thoughts away and faced Ida. I haven't seen Slade since the last battle. I suppose he's still recovering and getting ready for the next time we face off against the enemy. The thought of facing off against that Earth mothership and the Nears on a clone sent shivers down Ida's spine. The crew had barely managed to survive the first encounter and Jura had received the worst of the exchange. Ida couldn't imagine living without being able to have any children. On Megele, it was considered the greatest of joys to create life, and to cherish the act of parenthood. She could barely imagine as to what Jura was going through right now. Sick day. Go away. Leave me alone. Jura said as she refused to make eye contact with the Tekkaman. After all, what would be the point now? Slade felt a bit at a loss of what to say as he stood at the door to Jura's room. He had no idea on how to comfort a distraught female, but taking Ezra's advice to heart, he steeled himself and entered the room. Didn't you hear me? I said go away. Slade continued to walk toward her, seemingly oblivious to her words. When he came to her bedside, he sat down and reached out to her, since he couldn't think of anything to say. What are you doing? I said, taking her shoulders with a gentle but firm grip. Slade brought the dread pilot close to his chest in a warm embrace. Patting her back with one hand, he addressed her in a quiet whisper. Go ahead, Jura. Let it out. Let it all out. What? Jura said in confusion as she tried to push him away. Let me go. It's okay. Just let it out, Jura. I know that you're upset about not being able to have a baby. Those words made Jura stiffen for a moment, then she continued to pound on his chest, trying to push him away. It was a very sore subject and she felt a twinge of anger well up inside her. How dare he bring that up? What would you know about how I feel? You don't have the slightest idea as to how I feel. How would a man know what a woman would feel when she can't have any children? The Tekkaman winced at his poor choice of words, as social skills were not one of his strong points. But he continued to hold on to her as he didn't know what else to do but give Jura the shoulder, or in this case chest, she needed to cry on. Since she was still recovering from her injuries and the major loss of blood, her fists had little strength in them. Not that it would have mattered to Slade if she had been at full strength. Finally, after a long while, Jura gave up trying to beat on him and started to weep again. She also began scolding him as she cried into his chest. You jerk. You choke. Dummy. Stupid. Idiot. How? Sob. Could a man? Sniff. Possibly know what it means. Sob. To never have children. You. Stupid male. That part caused a bit of irritation to Slade, but he realized that it was just her anger and frustration talking. He remained silent as the blonde continued to throw half-hearted insults and soaked the front of his shirt with her tears. When she started to hiccup and her sobs became quieter, he took a deep breath and nodded. In a quiet voice, he agreed. You're right, Jura. How could someone like me understand any of it? When it comes to this kind of thing, I don't know squat. Damn right. Jura agreed with still some of her anger in her voice. By this time she was almost totally drained, both physically and emotionally. What would you know about carrying a child? Sniff. Of having that life growing inside of you. Sob to actually hold a part of you. To see that part grow up. And know that. Jura's voice trailed off as her tears began to flow again. In response, Slade brought her even closer in his embrace. He didn't know what to say. All he could do was to hold on to her and let her pour out her feelings. A few minutes later, Jura spoke again. I wanted that baby. I wanted it so much. And, Sob, I thought if I had it, I'd want more. But now, I can't have any. I can't even have one by Megele standards. Do you know how much I wanted to be a Fema? It's not fair. It's just not fair. Yeah, I know. Believe me, I know how much life bites. If you know all that, then why won't you leave me alone? Slade sighed. That, I don't know. I really don't. It's just that I feel that it's the right thing to do. Life usually isn't fair. That's the one thing I've learned since ever. It kicks you down. It breaks you up. It throws things at you that you can never expect. And it can be really disappointing at times. Sometimes I wonder why I even bother with it. But then, I think about what it would be like without it. And you know what? That scares me even more than living through all the pain and the sadness. It's all that we've got, and if it's not there for us to live out, then what's it for? But you've never had to deal with what I've got. Jura said bitterly. I'm useless now. I'm a broken piece of worthless junk. I'm garbage. No one is going to want me. Now that I can't have children. It would have been kinder if Dwyer would have let me die. At that point, the former Sodom pushed her off his chest and gripped her shoulders tight while looking into her eyes. Jura, don't you ever say that again. What? You are not garbage. Never, ever think that you are. I don't think of you as garbage. Barnett, Mia, Dinah, the captain, or anyone else on his ship will tell you that you are not garbage. But I can't have children. What use am I now? That doesn't label you as garbage, Slade said resolutely. He took a deep breath and his expression softened. Look, despite all that's happened, I would never have considered you as anything else but the person that you are. And I most certainly would never have thought of you as garbage. Not then, not now, not ever. And I think I speak for everyone when I say that you are one of the strongest people here and that the universe would be much lonelier without you. You have the potential to be a great leader of the Dreads. You're one hell of a pilot. When the chips are down, you're always there when we need you. You're part of the team and we can't last long unless Weldon is in our corner. Besides, Slade's cheeks became tinged with pink as he added, things have gotten pretty interesting since I met you. Now, does that sound like I'm describing a piece of garbage? Juro was silent for a very long while as she considered Slade's words. Slade sighed again as he stood up and turned toward the door. He figured that she needed time to think and was certain that she would not do anything rash, at least for now. Before he exited the sick bay, he turned back to her and said, Jura, it's up to you on what you want to do with your life now, but remember that we're all here to help you know this. However, we can't help you unless you're willing to let us help you. As Ms. Casco might phrase it, you may have been dealt a bad hand, but that's no reason to quit the game. And if you were to suddenly disappear from our lives, then we'd all be sad. Especially me. Jura felt her own cheeks redden slightly at that last statement. I'll think about it. The Tekkaman nodded as he gave her a reassuring smile and left. Slade. HMM. The martial artist and space fighter turned to see Mia approaching him as he was headed back to his quarters. The Dread leader stopped before him and nodded to him. The Dread and Vandread pilots are having a meeting in the war room. We just may have a way to defeat the Harvesters. Oh? What's the plan? Do you remember that message unit that Misty had when we found her? The war room. So what you're saying is that we can use the virus in this to infect the Harvesters? Slade said as he held up the message unit. Mia nodded as she began explaining the strategy to him and the others. That's the main idea. Remember how this module had nearly shut down all the systems on the Nirvana? Yeah, I remember. I spent most of that battle trapped in an elevator. The Tekkaman replied. Perfect nodded as she brought up some data on the war room's viewer. According to the data that we collected from our last encounter with the enemy, we found out that all the smaller units and their new weapon are controlled by the Earth mothership via special remote control wavelengths. Dweromacphile nodded as he was also there for the briefing. According to our research, the Harvester fleet on the whole is behaving like a living organism. That is to say, that each separate unit, such as the Cube Fighters, the Tekkadread clones and even their new weapon, functions as extensions of the main brain as you would call it. The brain would be the central computer of the Earth ship. It is there that they are able to act in concert. If one component were attacked, the others would defend it. However, if we were to take out the central control system, then in theory, the entire fleet will become inoperative. Why can't we just jam the control wavelengths? Barnett asked. That would reduce their abilities, but not stop them. The engineer interjected. Remember that the Earth mothership by itself would be able to destroy us. So far, I think they've been playing with us. Besides, we can't jam their control frequencies for long, since they're using a random energy modulation. The best way to do this is to take out the master system itself. Once it's down, the other units will lose their main control protocols. We can cause a big diversion and secretly insert a raiding party into the ship. Once they reach the main system, the virus can be downloaded into it, which will cause all major functions to shut down. Furthermore, once that virus gets started, it will infect all the others as well. We can take them all out in one shot. One very risky shot. Slade commented. We don't know what's in one of those things, and fighting our way through their forces is going to be tough, especially at our reduced fighting power. I'm not exactly at my best, and several of the Dread and Vandread pilots are out of action. He felt a pang of regret as he remembered Jura. Well, according to our data, we had just enough fighters to do the job, Mia said. Plus, Parfax's got one more trick up her sleeve. The bespectacled girl nodded. Even though we can't disrupt their control wavelengths indefinitely, we can release a sizable electromagnetic pulse that will cause them to momentarily lose contact with all of their forces. You'll only have about 10 seconds, but that should be enough time for you and Pegasus to combine with Mia and punch through the Earthship's hull. The rest of the raiding group will follow. We've managed to roughly pinpoint the location of the main computer, so once you get there, all you have to do is implant the virus. The rest should take care of itself. The rest of the pilots nodded in agreement as they saw it as their best chance to defeat the enemy, but Slade still had doubts. He had a feeling that the new weapon of the Harvesters wasn't the only thing he should be worried about. There was something else that was nagging at him, but he couldn't figure out what. For a brief moment, his Tekka crystal symbol glowed on his forehead then disappeared. On the Earth mothership. Did you feel that? Lance? Axe? Rapier asked as she and her cohort stood on the observation deck. The other Tekkaman nodded as they too had sensed it. The signal had come from the gas nebula where the Nirvana had retreated. Since it did not match the wavelength of the Nirvana's pixies, it could only be one other thing. He will come again. Lance said simply as he began punching in certain codes into the ship's main computer. This time, he will not escape us. Yes, I can sense that he is wounded and weakened. He will fall before our might. A pity though. What do you mean? Axe inquired. It is our mission to destroy the Nirvana and Slade. It is only what those fools on Earth want. Rapier stated. It would be a waste to destroy a potential asset such as Slade. What are you saying? Lance asked with suspicion. Rapier snorted as she replied. Come now. You don't acknowledge those idiots on Earth as our true masters, do you? Of course not. We are by far superior to those organ-hungry weaklings. Lance growled. However, their goals do coincide with ours, so we may as well play along and let them think that we owe them our existence. Of course, there's also those blasted obedience chips in our heads to worry about. However, the time will soon come for our true master to show himself. Until then, we must bide our time. Yes, but consider this possibility. After all, besides the three of us, the only known Tekkaman are Slade, Saber and that other one, Phantom. Think of how powerful we would become if we were to add Slade to our ranks. He is a Tekkaman, after all. HMPF. I severely doubt he could be turned to our side. Axe scoffed. He had already proven to be loyal to the human side. It would be better to destroy him before he becomes an even greater threat to our ultimate plans. I tend to agree, though what Rapier says does have merit. Lance said. Slade would make a formidable ally. Perhaps something can be worked out. The Nirvana. As the crew made preparations for their next encounter with the Harvesters, a lone dread pilot sat quietly on her bed in deep contemplation. Jura had been silent ever since Slade had left the sick bay, and his last words to her still rang in her mind. Slade's voice, as Miss Casco might phrase it, "You may have been dealt a bad hand, but that's no reason to quit the game. And if you were to suddenly disappear from our lives, then we'd all be sad. Especially me." Did he really mean that? Jura thought as she pondered on what to do with the rest of her life. She was still distraught over her inability to have children, and wondered if there was anything else to live for. On Megele, she had been raised with the belief that creating life was sacred, and it was every woman's duty to ensure the next generation. Becoming a Noma or a Fama was to be cherished, as the children that she would create would carry a part of her into the future. While she had been growing up, she had always looked forward to the day in which she would proudly hold a precious bundle in her arms. Her dream became even grander when she had decided that Slade would be a part of her child. Then, something happened. She couldn't explain it, but according to what the captain had told her, she had begun to develop certain emotions toward the Tekkaman, which by Megele standards, would have been considered as blasphemy. She was still shaken when Magno had told her. Flashback. No. That can't be. I can't be. No. Jura's voice trailed off as she couldn't say that final word. Well, as far as I can tell, you've got all the symptoms. Why else are you so determined to have his child? Magno stated as she gave the dread pilot a motherly smile. And I must say, I couldn't be more pleased. But, it's impossible. Says who? The aged pirate leader asked. It's impossible to feel that for a man. Why? Because what? Just because. It's not done on Megele. Of course, the elderly captain of the Nirvana was amused to see the normally proud and vain Jura become so flustered over something so simple and natural. She patted Jura's left shoulder to ease her tension, then gave her some advice. Well, in case you've forgotten, We're not on Megele, and besides, you haven't been back to our homeworld since you joined up with this crew 3 years ago. So what does it matter if what you're feeling for D-Boy isn't allowed on Megele? You joined up because, like many of the other girls, you wanted to get away from Megele and all of its rules, regulations and stupidity. Remember, that's the main reason why I became a pirate in the first place. I wanted to explore new options and be able to live freely, without having to suffer through the problems, which caused me to lose my home in the beginning. Out here, we decide what we want, how we want it and when we want it. We don't have to worry about what others think, because everyone is entitled to live the way they intend. We all work together because we all want the same thing, and that's freedom. We want the freedom to choose, the freedom to explore, and the freedom to live our lives to the fullest. We don't know what the future will bring, but we can't face it properly, unless we are willing to take the chance and live with the consequences that our decisions bring. That's what life is all about. But if what you're saying about how I feel about Slade is true, then you have to ask yourself, is this what you truly want? And don't think about what the people on Megele might say. They have absolutely no business with your own life. This is your decision alone. Juro was silent for a very long time as she thought about living with Slade, then considered the possibility without him. Finally, she gave her captain the barest of nods, which signified her decision. Magno nodded back to her. I see you have made a choice and I hope that you will have good fortune with it. I guess I'll have to live with that decision, bad or good. Yes. I hope that it will be good. However, keep in mind that life doesn't last forever, and it isn't truly appreciated until you're about to lose it. And life loses all meaning when you give up on it. End of flashback. Life loses all meaning if I give up on it. Huh? Jura thought as she continued to sit in silence. At that point, the doors to the sick bay opened and in walked Barnet. Jura's friend smiled at her as she came up to her bedside and asked how she was doing. As they engaged in conversation, the brunette began informing her of the plan to attack the harvesters, making Jura feel left out due to her injuries. It was at that point that she made her decision. When preparations were complete, the Nirvana began moving out of the gas nebula and toward the enemy forces. Dreads and van types were launched and as expected, the surrounding cube fighters and seed ships began moving into formation to meet the opposition. Behind them, the Earth mothership and its Nirvana clone wait for their smaller forces to soften up the enemy, before going in for the final kill. The stage was set and nearly all the players were in place. The sick day. You want me to do what? Guero exclaimed after Jura had made her a request. So you'll do it? Jura asked hopefully. I most certainly will not. The physician replied emphatically. I will not allow my patient to put herself at such risk. What you are asking is sheer suicide, and it goes against all my principles as a doctor. Please. I have to do this. No. Your job is to recover, and that's final. Out in space, the forces of the Nirvana and the Harvesters met head-on as the background of space lit up with explosions, energy bolts and missile trails. Cube fighters and seed ships were destroyed in great quantities, but the leaders of the Earth fleet paid little concern of the heavy casualties they were sustaining. Cube fighters and seed ships were considered as nothing more than cannon fodder, and more can always be manufactured. They seem to be following their usual attack pattern. Lance observed as he and his fellow Tekkaman watched the conflict from the main bridge. Do you think they might have some kind of strategy? Axe wondered. It's possible. They did defeat a battle cruiser before. They were very resourceful. Rapier remarked, then noticed something on the tactical displays. They seem to be concentrating their efforts on these two sectors, both of which are direct lines toward our position. I believe that our ship may be the main target. That sounds about right. They must have figured out that we control all of our forces from here, including our new weapon. Lance stated. Shouldn't we stop them? Axe inquired. Lance smiled deviously as he shook his head. No. Let them come. Give them some measure of hope. It will make things so much more satisfying when we crush it. The Tekkaman slashed through another cube fighter as he and the warrior squadron flew in coordinated patterns to support the dreads. So far, the plan was working as they were inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy and had lost none of their own. However, Slade knew that he couldn't let his guard down for a second. There was just too much at stake as he flew toward the rendezvous point with Mia's dread. Behind her were Didas and Barnets. Slade. It's time. In the engineering section of the Nirvana, Parfak nodded as the Harvester forces were now in the proper position. She began inputting in the data she had collected and contacted the bridge. Begin the operation. Magna barked. Inside his Madagatayano well, Bart nodded as he opened up the ship's cannon ports and fired off a scattering pattern of energy beams, causing several hundred of the cube fighters to be obliterated. This caused the other Harvester ships to become disoriented as they attempted to evade destruction. At the same time, the front of the Nirvana's now opened up to reveal a complex sensor array, which glowed with an eerie light. A second later, a huge electromagnetic pulse was generated and sent through the entire Harvester fleet. The ships began experiencing massive disruptions and malfunctions as they were subjected to the attack. Even the Earth mothership and its new weapon were temporarily taken offline, giving the Nirvana's crew their chance. At that moment, Tekkaman Slade and Mia's dread combined to form Tekkadread Mia. 2 seconds later, Pegasus linked up to form Tekkadread Mia X. The Phoenix Megele was engulfed in a fiery corona of flames as it plunged toward the bow of the Earth mothership. Following behind were Dida and Barnet. Like a hot knife going through butter, Tekkadread Mia X punched through the hull and plowed its way toward the center of the gigantic vessel. There was no turning back. Inside the cockpit of Tekkadread Mia X, Slade, Mia and Puro tensed up as they approached their main objective. Since this was the first time anyone had been inside one of these ships, they were a bit unnerved at what they saw. The walls of the vessel seemed like the inside of some massive hive and seemed more organic. It was as if they were tiny microorganisms, invading a huge host. The Tekkaman and his pirate allies steeled themselves as their sensors told them that they were nearing their destination. They could only pray that the warrior squadron and the remaining dreads could hold off the enemy until their mission was completed. It seems that we have some guests, Lance remarked as he was notified that the hull had been breached and invaders were heading toward the main computer systems. Well, as hosts, we can't be rude, can we? Rapier quipped. Indeed. We should send out the welcoming committee before we introduce ourselves. With that, he pressed a few buttons on his console, then motioned for his comrades to follow him. Out in space, Jusenkyo and Yukio found themselves in the thick of things as the harvesters began attacking again with more ferocity. Though they still had the support of the Dreads and the Nirvana, they were counting on the success of the infiltration team. They could only hold out for so long before the enemy overwhelmed them by sheer numbers. And the fact that the Nirvana clone hadn't engaged them yet was disturbing. The infiltration team members were surprised when they suddenly flew into a huge chamber. It was big enough to contain the Nirvana and they assumed that this was where the Nirvana clone had come from. At the center of the area was a large column and via computers confirmed that it was the central computer node. It was time to go to work. At that moment, several huge hatches opened up in the walls of the chamber, releasing a dozen or so Tekkadread copies. The welcoming committee had arrived. The Nirvana. The insertion team has just confirmed entry into the central computer core section, Misty announced. They're meeting up with some stiff opposition. Magno nodded as she and Thuzel wait for news of their success or failure. Deep within the bowels of the Earth mothership, the battle raged on. Tekkadread split apart as Puro began swimming toward the main computer core of the behemoth to infect it with the virus. Slade rode Pegasus toward Dyna's fighter. In a flash, they became Tekkadread Dyna X and began blasting the copy Tekkadreads to pieces, protecting the small robot until its job was done. Puro began opening up pseudo-organic panels, exposing the circuits underneath. It then started searching for a relay which would lead straight toward the ship's main processors. Once it located one, inserting Misty's message capsule into it would send the computer virus directly into the ship's processors. In theory, this would cause all functions on the vessel to cease, just as it had done with the Nirvana. Step it up, you little junk pile. Slade growled as he and Dyna destroyed two more of the false Tekkadreads. Barnett and Mia's fighters were providing additional cover fire on either flank. Outside the breach in the mothership's hull, several members of Jusenkyo's Vanguard warrior squadron and a few dreads were protecting the hull, as it would be the insertion group's only means of escape. Puro gave the Tekkaman an irritated, electronic snarl, and then let off an excited beep as it located the correct relay. Give one more minute. the automaton said as it started making the connections. At that point, a copy of Jura's Tekkadread got past Mia and Barnet and headed straight for Puro. Tekkadread Data X was busy fending off 3 other fakes. It seemed that the little machine would be destroyed before it could complete its task. Just as the enemy prepared to fire, another player joined in the act as a scarlet streak suddenly appeared and let loose with a volley of laser bolts. This caused the false Tekkadread Jura to be knocked off balance and gave time for Slade and Dita to act. Grasping 2 of its opponents, Tekkadread Dita X swung them into the fake Tekkadread Jura, then blew them all to pieces with its swing blade Voltiker. It then dealt with its other adversaries. I hope I'm not too late for the party, Jura said from her dread. Her communications screen lit up as Tuero warned her. Don't push yourself too hard, Jura. You're not fully recovered and those stimulants I administered won't last long. The blonde nodded as she joined the fray with Barnet and Mia. It had taken a lot of pleading and cajoling to convince the physician to let her join the fight. The Nirvana. Captain. The Nirvana clone is moving. Misty cried out. Puro nodded as the last of the connections were made and he started up the message capsule. It would take 10 minutes for the virus to fully affect the ship's main computer. Until then, the insertion group would have to hold out. However, that was when the area began to tremble. The walls of the ship's mainframe buckled and cracked apart as something began tearing at the hull. Commander, we can't stop it. Slade just partially caught Jusenkyo's message as he and the others looked up and saw it. The copy of the Nirvana had transformed into its humanoid form and was ripping open the mothership like a child that was tearing into a Christmas present. However, the Nirvana's insertion team wasn't feeling at all merry. Before anyone could react, the giant's chest glowed red, and fired off a massive crimson beam at Tekkadread Dita X. Slade let off a scream of agony as he felt the effects of the anti-Voltiker. He and Pegas were forced apart from Dita's dread. The red-haired pilot and her craft went tumbling back and impacted against another wall of the mainframe. Dita desperately tried to get her fighter moving, but she discovered that her dread was stuck, just as it had been when she and Slade first met. Dita. Mia's fighter came speeding toward her comrades, but the false Nirvana let off another blast. Her fighter was hit on the side and one of its main stabilizers was destroyed. The Dread leader thought to control her craft's fall, but she too hit the wall of the inner chamber and was embedded near when Dita's had crashed. Slade shook his head to clear it and saw that 2 of his comrades were down. Not wanting to lose any more, he got onto Pega's back and sped toward Jura's fighter to fuse with it. Her protective barrier was their only hope. However, just as he got near her ship, a blade projectile flashed in and blindsided him, knocking him off Pegas. At the same time, the Nirvana clone fired off another volley, heavily damaging Jura's dread and causing it to crash near Mia and Dita's. Jura! Barnet cried out as she witnessed the Scarlet Fighter go down. Fortunately, her sensors indicated that all 3 Dread pilots were alive for the moment. The white Tekkaman groaned as he righted himself with his thrusters and looked about for what had struck him. His eyes widened as he saw a long, metal shaft with a triangular, serrated blade embedded in another wall of the main frame. Tekkamans? But that would mean... An instant later, an energy line appeared and snagged the weapon. The lance then returned to the hand of its master. As Slade looked up, he saw a figure floating beside the head of the transformed false Nirvana. He made out the familiar outlines of Tekkaman armor. Saber? The figure let off an evil chuckle as he shook his head and came out of the shadow of the copy Nirvana. He was colored a drab tan and his armor had fewer protrusions than Saber's. Oh no. I am nothing like that failure Saber. I am... Lance. Lance? The Nirvana's bridge. Everyone was in a state of shock as they beheld the appearance Harvester's newest agent on the main monitor, which was being transmitted via Barnet's thread. Another Tekkaman? Kuzum gasped. Looks like this one's on Earth's side, Amarodin stated. He's not the only one, Celtic declared as she detected two more signals. Slade's blood ran cold as he saw two more figures appear from the shadows. One was in bulky, emerald armor and sported a long polearm that had an axe blade on one end. The second looked feminine in appearance with twin yellow tails behind her helmet. Her armor was a mixture of drab green and red. In one hand, she carried a kind of sword. Lance chuckled again as he gestured to his compatriots. Oh yes. I'd like to introduce you to my fellow executioners. Meet Tekkaman Axe and Rapier. And now, it's time to finish the job that Saber could never do. In a flash, all three Tekkaman converged on Slade. The Nirvana's fighter was already weakened from the massive anti-voltiker as he began defending himself against three fresh adversaries. Mr. Alien! Ida cried out as she watched him being viciously attacked on three sides. She raised Jura and Mia on her communicator. Isn't there anything we can do to help him? Mia shook her head as she replied. No good. Thrusters are totaled and weapons are inoperative. My dread is nothing more than junk now. Jura also shook her head. Same here. My beautiful dread is useless. It looks like Slade is on his own. Ida frantically worked the controls of her fighter, trying to get it to lift off, but the engines whined and sputtered for a few moments before permanently burning themselves out. All three Peg-sized powered dreads were now worthless. Floating near where Pegasus was flying was a damaged Puro. Its main screen crackled as it said, "Hopefully, Slade can hold out until the virus kicks in." Slade was not totally alone as Barnet and the Tekkapod tried to get involved in the battle. However, the giant Nirvana clone kept them from interfering by laying down a barrage of laser beams. Under the control of its Tekkaman masters, the massive machine withheld from just destroying Slade and the others outright. Lance, Axe and Rapier wanted the pleasure of personally tearing the former Sodom to pieces. The white Tekkaman gritted his teeth after narrowly avoiding a deadly chop from Axe's weapon, then parrying a kick to the head from Rapier. However, He was unable to completely avoid Lance's attack as his chest guns launched a barrage of energy slivers at him. Several pierced his right shoulder guard, causing him to wobble a bit in flight. This gave Axe the opportunity to deliver his specialized heavy punch to Slade's midsection, followed up with an energy slash from his weapon. The crescent-shaped blast cut through Slade's other shoulder guard, causing more pain. Slade fought back by launching his Tekkarangs at Lance, then swinging about in a spin kick to knock Rapier back as she tried to blindside him. As Axe charged in for a slice at his head, Slade ducked, then thrust out with half of his Tekkalons. The point skidded across Axe's chest, causing him to back off. Slade followed through by throwing the other half of his weapon at Lance. The enemy Tekkaman deflected the projectile as the nearest Tekkaman jetted upwards to get more fighting room. Launching an energy cable, he retrieved his thrown weapon and rejoined it with other half, forming his lance again. Just 8 minutes to go. However, that was when all three Earth Tekkaman charged at him en masse. Slade could not stop them all as they slammed into him. Rapier managed to clip him in the head with a kick, as Lance and Axe grazed his torso with their weapons. As Slade tried to dodge, both Tekkaman landed several hard blows on his head and Rapier came up from behind and slashed at his back. Urgh. Mr. Alien. Slade. Oh no. Slade went plummeting toward the place where the three defunct dreads lay. Turning about in his fall, the Tekkaman used his lance as a kind of brake. The point dug deep into the surface, leaving a gash several meters long. He skidded to a stop near Dinah's dread as the three Tekkaman prepared to deliver the coup de grace. Slade staggered to his feet and used his lance to prop himself up as he looked up. Damn it. Just 5 more minutes. I need more power. If only I could change into that time. His thoughts traveled back to when he had evolved into Tekkaman Blaster. He had been trying to achieve that state since then, but had been unsuccessful. Eventually, he had decided that the transformation had been a one-time occurrence. At this point in time, he needed it the most. He tried to raise his Voltiker units, but they were too damaged to respond quickly enough. It looked like the end for everyone. Lance and the other Tekkaman were a bit disappointed. They had been informed that Slade has some new kind of power that they should be wary of, but it had been too easy to bring down the much-vaunted enemy of the Harvesters. Now it was time to finish Slade and the accursed dread once and for all. But first, even though it was too easy, I must admit that you are formidable, Slade. Lance said as he and his compatriots formed a delta pattern high above them. Yes, you are truly a Tekkaman to be reckoned with, Rapier added. No one has ever given the Harvesters this much trouble. Axe then said, indeed, though such potential could be used in much more lucrative ways. Though he was in serious pain, Slade still found the strength to get to his feet and reply. What are you saying? What we're saying is that we're giving you this one chance to join the winning side, Slade. Lance said. You are wasting your time allying with these pitiful fighters. You are a Tekkaman. Like us, you are far beyond these weaklings. It is only logical that you should be with your own kind. Yes, join us and conquer. Rapier added. Entire galaxies shall bow before the might of the Tekkaman. It is only fitting that we should rule over all. So what's it going to be, Slade? Axe inquired as he clutched his weapon before him. Will you join us in victory, or will you join these pathetic wretches in destruction? The white Tekkaman didn't even hesitate as he said, Big censored here, very well, Slade, if that is your choice. It was fun, but now it is time for you to die. Lance stated as he powered up the Voltiker units in his chest near the neck. For our masters, you will be destroyed. Axe lowered some chest panels, exposing his own Voltiker units. Your pitiful comrades will also share your fate. Rapier added as she prepared to fire. All three began concentrating their energies and then released 3 huge power blasts at once. GOLDKK. No! Barnet screamed out, as she and Pegas were unable to stop the execution. At that point, Slade just managed to release a counter blast of his own. GOLDKK. The energies hit each other head-on, causing a massive flare of light. However, the 3 beams that the other Tekkaman had launched overwhelmed Slade's power beam. The feedback, along with the energy of the enemies, engulfed Slade and the 3 dreads in one tremendous explosion. Debris from each craft went flying everywhere, as it seemed that the dread pilots and Slade had finally perished. Within their fighters, each pilot screamed in agony as their ships and bodies were flooded with energy. They felt as if the fires of hell itself were consuming their very souls. However, on their foreheads, dots of light appeared and took the shape of Slade's Tekka crystal. Once again, each female began to feel an eerie sensation wash over her. However, this time it was different from before. They began to feel stronger. The process which had begun since the creation of the Tekkadreads had finally reached fruition. And that's the end of what? Lance stopped in mid-quote as he noticed that a figure was emerging from the conflagration. He and his compatriots couldn't believe that someone had actually survived their combined attacks. They were even more shocked as they recognized him. Slade. The white Tekkaman smiled behind his helmet as new power surged through his very being. He had finally tapped into the power he had been searching for. In a flare of emerald white light, he triggered his transformation. His armor became more robust as twin, wing-like appendages appeared at his midsection. His helmet became bulkier and his shoulder units became sharper. When the transformation completed itself, Slade had once again become Tekkaman Blaster. What is this? Axe demanded as Slade now looked even more menacing than all 3 put together. How can this be possible? Rapier said in disbelief. This can't be. We are the Supreme Tekkaman, Lance declared. Slade growled as he took a stance. You 3 are nothing more than bullies. And now. At that moment, 3 comets of light exploded forth from where the 3 dreads had been. One comet was colored crimson, the second was white and the third was a brilliant blue. Barnet gasped as she saw that her comrades were surrounded by coronas of light. Their space suits had been stripped off, leaving only their naked bodies. Jura, Mia, Ida, the 3 former Dread pilots came to stop behind Slade, with each still surrounded by an aura of power. Each girl was in a kind of dreamlike state as they floated upright and faced their enemies. Then, as the girls opened their eyes, 3 objects appeared before them. The ruby-colored crystal fascinated Jura. It resembled Slade's, as she reached out and grasped it in her right hand. Ida felt her heart pounding as she held the blue-tinted crystal. As for Mia, she felt a shiver travel down her back as the white crystal glittered in her hand. Slade was flabbergasted at the sight as he looked upon his comrades. Then seeing the crystals in their hands, he could scarcely believe that the impossible had happened. Girls. Simultaneously, all 3 raised their new possessions aloft and shouted out, "Tekkadread!" Below them, the wreckage of each girl's dread fighters became surrounded by intense energies. Then each ruined ship broke apart into dozens of beams of light, which arced toward their pilots. Each pilot began seeing lines of light tracing themselves over her body. Then pieces of armor began to appear. Jura gasped as gauntlets of scarlet fused to her forearms, followed by stylish, armored boots, breastplate and visored helmet. The girl's long, flowing hair was left hanging outside of the helmet, which had winged protrusions near the temples. A kind of triangular shield, the size of an automobile hubcap, appeared on top of her left forearm. Small, circular blisters appeared on her shoulders and thighs. A small nacelle appeared horizontally behind the small of her back, like a kind of scabbard. On her back were 2 small but sleek thruster units. The end result was a 6 single .5 cosmic warrior in red armor with black trim. Ida let off a squeal of delight as she too became encased in armor that was formerly her dread. Her armor was similar to Jura's except that it was colored a crystal blue with some emerald lines. Her arms sported gauntlets with a kind of opening near the front. Her shoulder guards were rectangular and tapered off toward the sides. Like Jura, her long red hair was left flowing outside of her helmet, which was angled forward. Thrusters arranged in 3 separate pods were mounted on her back and she became an overall height gain and muscle mass of 30%. Mia was in a state of total disbelief as she was encased in gray and white armor. However, unlike being in a Vandread, the Dread leader felt none of her claustrophobia as she was transformed. Triangular protrusions, like blades, appeared behind her shoulders, making her appear to have wings. Her entire head was encased in a smooth, aerodynamically designed helmet with fins. The rest of her armor was also shaped and graceful, sleek lines from top to bottom. Even her thruster units, mounted on her back, were shaped with curved surfaces. It looked as if speed was emphasized, just as her Tekkadread had been. "What is this?" Lance demanded. 3 new Tekkaman. Slade shook his while still smiling behind his helmet. It had just become a whole new ball game. Definitely to be continued. Author's notes. Whoa! This has got to be the longest part to chapter. 6 I've written, and I suppose I threw a lot of readers for a loop with this sudden change. Most readers were probably expecting the appearance of the Super Tekkadread, but I felt that would have been too easy. In any case, Part 4 will be the conclusion to this battle as well as a few new surprises. See you there. Chapter 13 Chapter 6 Part 4 Really Big Changes. Tekkadread The second stage disclaimer. Tekkaman Blade, Ranma 1/2 and Vandread belong to their respective owners, so their thoughts. Chapter 6 Part 4 Really Big Changes. The Bridge of the Nirvana. What's going on? Megele demanded as all communications to the insertion team had been suddenly cut off. It had happened just after the 3 enemy Tekkaman had fired at the group. At first, she thought that they had all been killed, but Misty had assured them that she was still reading their life signs. However, she was also getting some weird energy readouts, especially from Jura, Mia and Tekkadread. Just what was happening in that ship? The Earth Mothership. What? 3 new Tekkaman. Lance exclaimed as he and his compatriots stared upon the newly formed cosmic warriors.